All right, guys, we're going to be going in about 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. Unless Kurt's ready to go. All right. 5 minutes.
All right, everybody, we want to start making our ways to the seats. If you have to finish that side conversation, That's what the hallway out in the lobby is for. Nice, Paul Tail. Thanks for the reminder note. With that, I'd like to officially welcome everybody to the 2026 SMS Summit. Greatly appreciate people that are showing up in person. We have also a number of people online. I think it's about balanced 50-50 for the amount of people yesterday that were in the room versus online. And so if you look around, you think, you know, this is not enough, come on out, invite other people, and then if you want to share the live stream, anybody can participate remotely. I know that for many of us that are involved in facilities, there is a reality that you don't have a plan that always fits reality. You don't know what's going to happen. So with all the shutdown turmoil, with all the changing guidelines for government participation, really do appreciate you guys coming out and saying, hey, this is still valuable to the community of SMS users and worthwhile for your time. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to go through the training, and I know that some people asked as I was walking by, you know, where can I get the slides? If you go to the smssummit.com website, go to resources, you can see that the link to this slight time delayed video is there linked at the top. And you have the ability to download the builder training, the 5 phases that we went through in the morning, and then the ESMS 5 phases in the afternoon. If there is something in those training files that is especially valuable to your organization, your group, you say, hey, can I get the PDF version in a higher res or get PowerPoint or have you come out and talk to our team, please come out. We'd love to make sure that the resources that are made available are freely used by everybody. As we go through the rest of the days, you're going to see your additional session PDFs available for download. And if you really want those old builder ones, the Builder SMS Summit slides are also out there on the ether. For the next 2 sessions, because yesterday was kind of a training foundation, make sure we can all talk the same language, I'm going to have kind of a 30-minute State of the Union, what's going on in this world, where are we at with the builder release, what's kind of information is available from CERL about what's coming up next, what they've done. At 9:15, we're going to start with talking about a non-federal agency with MWAA, the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, and then have a break. We're going to have a virtual dial-in to hear from the Navy and see what's going on with their program. I really appreciate Jonathan stepping up for that. We have a long lunch break because of the realities of the Riverwalk. Trying to get to a lunch and back in 1 hour can be challenging. So we have a full 90 minutes, start in the afternoon at 1 o'clock. Have a panel of talk. People are going to be up here sharing lessons learned, strategies, tools to sustain data. I think a lot of us are so wrapped up in the capture, and they don't think, what kind of opportunities do I have to keep it current, to maybe save some money and save some time in the field, and what other lessons learned can we do to kind of lower the total cost of ownership. Then have another session about using commercial standards in builders, and then basically I come back after a break with if we know that ESMS is on its way, how do we prepare? CERL was able to share their migration template, their form, and their onboarding documents. So I'm going to bring that out to the crowd and make sure that everybody knows what is going to be asked of you, what they're going to perform, and that's just for the CERL hosted environment. If it's hosted by somebody like DIGON, like us, then it'll have a similar process, but just slightly different. After my chat at 4 o'clock, we have a social. This is a complimentary beer, wine, and beverages, just to allow people to talk. easily half of the benefit of these environments is not necessarily what the speakers talk about or what's on the slides or what we bring. It's really about sharing information, sharing contacts, getting to know who else is in this community. We consider this kind of a user group gathering, and so we want to amplify and have the opportunity for you guys to network, socialize, talk about what's coming up in your environment, what new tools you have, what new contracts are available. So please use that time. Tomorrow, we have had a cancellation, so we're going to be closing a little early, but starting with breakfast again, exciting presentation from a group that's working on an AI agent that is going to be investigating all of their data and being able to provide real-time artificial intelligence informed, feedback to your planners and managers. So excited to hear about Bernie, and then take a break talking about Power BI. Everybody needs to tell stories with this data and convince people of what their reality is. So there's nothing more powerful than a fun dashboard to do so. Afternoon again, after a 90-minute break, we're going to talk about delivering on federal compliance initiatives, both ESMS and Maximo. Maximo is brought up over and over again in this environment, whether you're just a user or trying to integrate data in the world of sustainment management and execution on the maintenance management system. We need to get used to connecting those dots. We cannot be here without our sponsors. We had a 2-year gap between our last in-person gathering, and they were able to kind of stay and trust us as an organization with Real Property Asset Association to say, we're gonna make sure that we hold an in-person event when it's the right time. Right during last year at this time, we were going through force reduction and DOGE, and it was just probably not a very good time to get in the front of each other. So with Alpha Facility Solutions, Jacobs, my company DIGON, Tetra Tech, WSP, Stantec, and Pond, they are all contributing to Real Property Asset Association, the nonprofit that was created to facilitate these types of gatherings. RPAA, the host of the summit, is your non-commercial entity, equivalent to like a SAME, just hyper-focused on this environment. SAME is they do what they do very well, but I wanted to have a call out just for the SMS user group. And why I think it's so important to keep this environment thriving and alive. We talked about this 2 years ago during the training, but I did a back-of-the-napkin estimate of federal agencies that hold greater than 10 million gross square feet, and found that of those that exist, roughly 63% are participating in the ESMS or SMS platform in one way or another. And I just heard that maybe another one was added and I didn't know. So that might. Because the Department of Defense is such a big dog in this environment, my, again, estimates and using some tools to try to estimate how many gross feet is in Tennessee Valley Power Authority, but I came up with about 70 to 73% are already captured in Builder. I think that this represents a great opportunity to kind of set the stage and set the bar of a best case implementation at the federal standard level. And if that happens well, and if the migration to ESMS, then I think that there's a growth not only at the federal sector to take a standard of everybody's using it, but then states, private organizations through resellers like ourselves will be able to come on board and leverage this tool set. I'm very bullish on what the future can hold. I would love to have somebody else provide this kind of status of what's happening with the development team. Sadly, they could not attend. We've gotten assurances that they required another round of approvals that could not happen before. CERL sends their regards. They provided me some information, but said, next time when they have a little bit more time to get approvals, they'll be out here as well. But I have some updates. I mentioned that it was 2 years since we last talked. I actually flew out to Champaign, Illinois, where the piece for the SMS platform is headquartered out of at Champaign, Illinois. Matt Walters, who's the director of that effort, sat down for about an hour and 45 minutes. And we did, everybody's got a podcast now. I'm of a man of a certain age and a certain complexion. I need to have a podcast. So bought some new hardware and decided to, try my hand at doing an interview. It was, as you'd expect, a first time, which had some, I think it was super informative, at least for me. I was curious about what was happening because it felt like we were in a black hole of information. With YouTube, an hour and 45 minutes is a lot to get through. I mean, if you're watching maybe a vehicle recovery of Matt's Off-Road or something like that, maybe you can stay through 45 minutes. But if you're sitting down and watching two people talk about, federal asset sustainment and software, it might get a little dry. Timestamps are your friend. So if you are saying, honestly, what I'm interested in is what's happening with Roofer in this environment, click on a timestamp and yes, trust me, I'm going to YouTube. It's going to be fine. And we get to watch the ad about the algorithm knows me. They know. That's I almost hate to hit skip. I feel like we need to all go shopping now, don't we?
Roofer was where I started. It was actually called Micro.
And we lost the room. Thank you very much. All right. I'm sure we can all recover from that, right? All right. Thank you. So in the video, hour and 45 minutes, they were candid. I provided the questions ahead of time, so you had an opportunity to prepare. There were obviously some questions that were not able to be addressed in a public setting. Take a watch. We have had a couple of hundred views, and I'm interested to see if this type of material is helpful. Sometimes the press releases and the newsletters that get pushed out seem almost markety and like, well, would this community like to have continued opportunities to maybe, 6 months in, get a status briefing where it's a discussion and ask hard questions and ask follow-ups and see what's really going on. So let me know if you think it's valuable and maybe we can continue to do it. I have the podcast set up. So that was in April. Again, during the summer, CERL had their virtual event that allowed you to kind of key in through the National Academies of Science and watch their updates. This is very DoD-centric, but it was great to hear from Mr. McAndrews and hear his vision. So he went through kind of his keynote about from the Secretary of Defense for Infrastructure Modernization and Resilience, what he really wanted out of this group. The key takeaway I took from that was all federal real property needs to be managed in a similar sustainment mindset. It's not enough to just have a GIS tool over here with utilities and a builder here tool, and a paver tool, and like he really wanted that that platform to capture waterfront, bridges, kind of real property asset database of records. He wants a single dashboard to be able to cross all of those lines and see what he needs and actually put apples to apples. Matt Walters again provided an update about what's going on with their team. They did an end-to-end demo of ESMS where it was 6 months ago. It's kind of fun to see what has happened as far as progress in just 7 months. The utilities team had an opportunity to kind of showcase where they're at. And then we went through the working groups. I'm going to talk more about them a little bit later. And they discussed new training materials that are available and that they have continued innovation. I asked people to not forget, sometimes we have expectations of a product, a software, and recognize that the Engineering, Design, and Research Center, ERDIC at CERL is really a research organization. They are continually pushing the envelope. They're continuing to look at new ways to innovate. So when you see ESMS and you see now there's weather being used, all of these things come out of their research laboratory. So you have the blend of kind of a software development team that's trying to build a product and a research organization that is trying to say, how can we push the envelope and continue to go further? The link below to the National Academy site, see if I can click this link without another lingerie commercial. Well, maybe I'll just stay in PowerPoint for safety. All the slides are available for download, all of the PowerPoint, and there is also an embedded video. I'm certainly not going to click on the video link. Oh, I don't know what kind of ads Vimeo has these days, but you can watch the entire virtual event. This was meant to be something that is watched on a screen so you don't have the disconnect of in person. I don't know, and I have not heard an announcement of another event in DC. There for a couple of years, it was a TikTok kind of iteration where we'd meet in San Antonio, bring in a lot of more industry partners and government, and then have another DC event that was more kind of DoD-centric. We'll see when and if another in-person DC event is scheduled. I'm sure we can count on an announcement and get that out to the community. I mentioned that there are working groups that were provided briefings during the summit in July. This is a key area that I would say has an opportunity to lean in. This whole environment of builder seems like we've gone through, if you've been involved for a few years, we all have our scars, we all have our bruises where we have kind of suffered through, going through learnings, trying to develop our own training materials, trying to develop our own tools, our own best practices, and we've even developed a field assessment tool set. This community now at the federal level is trying to say, let's, with Mr. Livingston at the helm, set up working groups that meet regularly, that are cross-functional at the government level to say, it's not enough that the Air Force talks about their cost book and fix their cost issues. Let's talk about it as a community and really address this systematically and on a common platform. So assessor qualifications and training requirements already, I've seen from SMS materials that they're not going to provide an account without having completed the training and filled out the PDF, watching the videos, completing quizzes. Data quality metrics, every team seemed to have come up with their own solution to make sure that the data gathered met specs and made sense. But why not invest as a group and say, let's create a standard platform for that? Assessor guide materials, cost books, down the list. Each different working group has a different point of contact. Right now, I think that they're focusing on, government employees being in those working groups. But if you're interested, if you are curious to see what's going on with utilities, what's going on with the field app, I would say reach out to James. There's his email below. He'll likely be able to put you in the point of contact that who's in charge of that group. And I know that they are meeting regularly, so each group has kind of a calendar of when they're planning on discussions. I've been able to be lucky enough to sit in on the last utilities SMS working group, and it's great to see what the team is doing. During that SMS piece, we were able to hear really the newest innovations that they're coming out with. And Esri and the GIS kind of existing data sources having to be blended into a common platform really has been that standardized rub to try to get Army, Air Force, and Navy utilities to all think and be organized the same way. Remember that with Builder and with the ESMS, that catalog of components really sets the foundation for it has to have a cost, it has to have a design life, it has to have certain infrastructure to exist. It was exciting to watch a demo. They pulled in, the first time I've seen it actually used, their import utility. So you can take flat files, data exports from other data systems, process it through. You can see that in this log, they're tracking, they validated it, and then they imported different data from their GIS tool, table by table, into ESMS successfully, and then managed to show the map of what it looks like when all those components are loaded. So, utilities, while not covered in detail through the summit and hasn't been available for me to play with because I don't have an existing data set to leverage, the data capturing piece is still kind of on the way. It seems like every agency already has their own data capturing tool, and now it's just pushing it into ESMS for analytics planning. The way that I've been structuring a lot of the conversations through the training and whatnot is really just start with the source. The SMS erdic.dren.mil is their homepage for the Technical Center of Expertise that is heading this product development out of it. And I would say that the training site is underutilized. Matt Walters has put in a lot of time in front of his own camera, stepping through every step of the way on that training material. So we kind of showed the link yesterday and showed what it looks like, but certainly both Builder and ESMS has hours and hours of training materials that are available to you. So if somebody's new coming on board and you want to get them at least oriented to what are we talking about, watching things that helps, and then have a follow-up with training where you actually get to sit down and use the tool. Other things that I wanted to call out specifically is their knowledge base. With the training materials and the knowledge site, CERL seems to be taking a step forward in, if I have to answer this one question, let me answer it once, detailed, document it, and then publish it in a knowledge base. We all have certain things we've learned. We learned what the estimated checkbox does. We've learned how a beta shift will change the confidence between inspector and age. Well, if they have that documented and available, why not post it online? It's available through their support site, so get into the support site. If you're interested in ESMS, well, maybe you want to know about account types and how to create a new user. If you have a desire to get into their sandbox environment, that's a good place to start. We were lucky enough, and we had some help from the Army Guard and our prime contractor to get a DIGON dedicated sandbox. So we've been able to develop the training materials, get comfortable with the tool set with a server that CERL runs and has administered for us. We are only one release back from the current. The other piece that I think is underutilized is their support tickets. I know that people use this for, hey, I'm locked out, my account needs to be reset, the basic stuff, but I was actually submitting and have submitted 5 now bugs on ESMS, 2 directly to their support team. They've already logged in, reproduced those issues, and scheduled them for resolution. And I'm not, really an official client like one of the government agencies. So that support team is available live in real time to help address your needs. And if it's something that you want as far as a report, is there something that you want to get out of the system, a question, start there. You do have to create a username and profile account to submit a ticket, but they don't actively block users. So Within that same support site is the news. I've started kind of reading their past newsletters. Was excited to see that they used the ESMS Field app in October in combination with DHA to try to get the software team directly to see how things are used in the field. And I think that's a common disconnect. You know, you have a well-intentioned software engineer that builds a feature that is completely disconnected from the actual user that needs to do a job. So anytime you have an opportunity to bring that software team out in the field and get them to see firsthand how assessments happen, how people need to pull data out or push it in and see the reality, then there's an opportunity for refinement to make sure that they're not building a tool that seems great on paper but doesn't fit any of your needs. With those news are not just newsletters. If they're going to shut down Builder for a network outage, they've updated the sandbox version back in January. They had even a Builder release that we didn't know happened. That when I was looking at the notes, I was like, oh, we're one version back from live. So the way that you can keep up to date with those news is to subscribe. So in that support site on the right, you can, as a user, say, let me know about outages, let me know about ESMS, the newsletter, or everything. Yesterday, right before training, I had the announcement that they just updated Sandbox to a new software version for ESMS. So I had a minor panic attack while I'm preparing to do a live demonstration that all the software might have changed out from underneath me during lunch. So those announcements are helpful. It keeps you in the know, and you know, sometimes it's good news, sometimes it's nerve-wracking. With that, I mentioned that I learned about the most recent Builder release. If you have not checked in a while, there is now a 3.682. This has very limited scope. They fixed one bug and added one feature. I think this is something as a theme to get used to. Builder has not been really the focus of the software team for some time. The one feature that they added was the ability to turn off standard reports, and then that will help remove the confusion of where should I go for data. Everybody's used to looking at custom reports. They run their Final 9, the QC, the QA, and when you train people, you're like, well, there's 2 report buttons on the page, always ignore the top left one. I think they got tired of hearing that in the training files and said, all right, I guess we can remove that button if nobody ever clicks on it. The one bug that was addressed in the release notes was when you run a work plan and you want to export that to Excel, that wasn't always working, so they fixed that issue. So the more exciting piece is to see the pace of ESMS. So back in December, they had an announcement of version 11.06.25, 11.06.26, and 27 in one announcement. And I want to just show you kind of what is in those release notes. And I think that this gives you maybe a little bit more excitement about the momentum that is being gained in this product. Just for version 25, we have bugs across inventory, work generation, prioritization scores used to not be scaled to 100. So this version only lasted for a week, and then they went out to 26, fixed additional bugs, added new features and enhancements. That only lasted a week, added version 27 with additional bugs, reference books, updates, new features, and improvements. CERL has built a continuing integration pipeline that is streamlining their release. This is not going to be a huge waterfall where you only have one release a year or every 6 months where it says, here is everything we developed. We had to do a bunch of integration testing. We tested thoroughly and then push it out. They are going to more of a rapid build, test, automate, release pipeline. And just that was the release scope from January 7th. And yesterday they announced another 2 versions that they've updated with bug fixes across administration, the assessment portion, the documents, the inventory reference books, and down the list. It is exciting to see a product that makes contact with people for the first time. They get a bunch of feedback, they find the bugs, and the team aggressively is going out there and fixing them. So what you see in this release announcement is what happened between January and February. So this is 1 month of effort. So if you've ever had this, like, I feel like ESMS is never gonna be quite ready, I'm nervous that maybe it's just gonna be one of those building projects that is always in commissioning, I think that the pace is encouraging, and you can see that the scope of what they're addressing and the number of issues that they're able to address in a short time frame means that this is coming along. Don't be afraid to get in, submit tickets. You know, it might find its way into a current release. That was my introduction and State of the Union. We are going to be walking around. If there are side conversations that something touched a nerve and you had an opportunity to think about something but didn't want to bring it up in person, please do so. For the rest of the sessions, just for general kind of procedure, please ask questions. Please get involved. Again, this is a user community, so if you have a topic to bring up, come up to the mic, speak directly to the mic, because that is how the people online hear you. I know that we're all used to having booming voices and I don't need to come up to the mic, I can just talk. That's great for the room, not great for the virtual attendees. If anybody is attending virtually and they want to post a question, we have people monitoring that chat list, so we have both Teams and YouTube chat open, so if you have somebody back at the office that you want to be able to follow along and ask questions, that will be announced from the back through just kind of a hand raise. So please take an opportunity to thank the sponsors. If you see them with their tags, enjoy the Manger and the facility. The part of the joy is as a historic building, air conditioning is a little bit out of our control. We kind of get what we get. And if anybody sees the walls smoking, throw a hand up in the air. We now have about 200 power strips plugged into 2 outlets. And we're gonna really see what this old building can do. Thank you again for your time. If you need to buy some lingerie, you know where to go. And enjoy the rest of the summit, everybody.
Thank you, Kurt, for the information and that awkward moment. All right, we're going to do an unofficial break because we're going to set up for the next session. So guys, go ahead and come on up. So if you're going to leave, don't go too far away because this is not an official break, but we're just going to get set up for the next session.
I'd like them to be mic'd up. Okay.
said, I don't think I've been in person before.
I feel like we
It
may
might
have,
have
but
been-
maybe not. I've been to the last couple.
Said you'd be late again, so I set the table.
Slide 20 in there.
Okay.
Forks lined up like a
The summary, the scenario summary.
Okay. That JT had pulled?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Some of those buildings at DCA are just beautiful. Some of the original stuff.
I did Terminal 3 in Vegas, and then the Doha Airport in Qatar.
Oh.
I can't decide if it's worse if it's hot.
Hmm?
I can't decide if it's worse if it's hot or if it's cold. It's freezing. We'll try not to have that pop up as well. It's when it goes down.
Well, that was better than what popped up earlier. The one-
From which one? Oh, I thought they already did. Okay.
Hello. Test. Oh.
Testing. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Okay, testing, testing.
More for me. Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right. A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Okay. Testing, 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 testing. Hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you? Yeah, I can hear me. Can you hear me now?
What is he saying?
You can hear us, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I can't read lips at all.
No. I need to raise it up. I raised it higher. Is that better?
Do I need to go higher?
Okay.
Check. Mic check.
I think yours is
Check, check, check.
going to be the same.
Kurt was just on.
Yeah.
I'll get everybody back in the room. All right, everybody. I think we're good. Come on back and grab a seat. Hey everybody, I'm Paul Showalter from DIGON. I will be your host for the next 2 days. Oh, thank you. I got a smattering of applause. I love that. Welcome to the frozen tundra of the ballroom. Okay, our first session is Builder in the Real World. I often get accused of not living in the real world, so this should be pretty good. All right, so please welcome the Asset Management Team Leader from Jacobs, Frank Mondo.
All right, thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. We're really pleased to be here. As Paul said, we're going to be talking about Builder in the Real World. No disrespect to our federal community. We've been a part of that for quite a while. I've been in the Builder community since 2012 when we first started implementing back at the Air Force SIA program. But I'm really thrilled to be able to be representing the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. For those of you that don't know what that is, that's the Reagan National and Dulles airports in the Washington, D.C. area. With me this morning are Rachel Redmond representing MWAA. She is our program manager, and Abigail Hobbs from Jacobs. She's our project manager. So I also just want to say thank you to the RPAA for hosting the event, to our fellow sponsors, everybody who's out in the hallway and whose names are across the bottom of the screen. Thank you for helping make this event possible. And then lastly, I also want to acknowledge DIGON and Karen Vogel from the Binary Group as our partners on this contract. They're part of our sub-consultants, and Karen represents one of the small businesses that are helping us do the actual builder assessment. So thank you to our partners. And lastly, I just want to apologize up front. I've got a little bit of a cold. Maybe it's the allergies from San Antonio, so if I'm sound a little congested or I'm sipping on water a lot, that's why I came down with something earlier this week. But anyway, that'll get us into the program. As I said, this is our panel. We're going to be talking about MWAA. And here's our agenda. And I love that photo. I took it myself, but the fact that it just represents the beauty of Reagan National and the Great Hall. It's such an iconic architecture in that facility. But I just thought it was a cool photo to include in the presentation. But we're going to talk about why enterprise asset management is important, why it's important to the authority, why they chose Builder. Rachel's going to talk to us specifically about those two topics and give her perspective as the program manager. And then I'm going to walk us through the findings thus far. It's an ongoing program, so we're continuing to evolve and continuing to collect data. It's been a couple of assessment projects a year at either location, being able to help initiate some of the program while they're also implementing Maximo as their new CMMS. So we'll talk about prioritization considerations as well as a work sample of project packaging. We did it as a proof of concept for the authority to help them in their current budgeting cycle, and we'll just kind of quickly touch on that. And then lastly, some next steps that we have in the program. We'll open it up for questions at the end to everybody but Joe Allison. So I don't know where Joe is. I saw him floating around, but Joe, you know I love you. So, but no, just kidding. We really do appreciate everybody's participation. We got a really full room again this year, so thank you for that. Thanks for coming out. And let's jump in. So Rachel, I'll pass it over to you.
All right, thanks, Frank. Like he mentioned, I'm Rachel Redmond. I'm the Facilities Asset Program Manager at the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, which we'll probably refer to as MWAA throughout, just because that's what I'm used to saying. But MWAA has historically been a very reactive organization, which is not great because our infrastructure directly drives safety, reliability, and the customer experience. So back in 2018, MWAA adopted the asset management policy that has kind of formally established an EAM strategic framework for us. The policy's intent is to coordinate all of our EAM activities across the entire authority, so both airports, so we can manage our assets as optimally and sustainably while using as limited resources as possible. EAM has fundamentally been a life cycle-based decision-making tool, and knowing what we own and what condition everything is in and what level of service is very important so we know when to intervene and update or repair our assets. This helps us to create consistent and transparent ways to prioritize our investments and reduce any surprises, even though surprises are always going to happen, and protect MWA's infrastructure portfolio. Continuing, the policy kind of helped us break down into like 5 overarching goals. The first one is kind of to figure out how to extend our useful life, because every piece or every year of additional life we can put towards our equipment and our ownership is going to help us save costs. Secondly, we limit our resources in an efficient manner because, again, targeting dollars and trying to figure out what our highest value interventions could be will help reduce and help us save money. Third, we try to optimize what we can repair versus what we can replace. And we base those decisions off of the condition, the risk, and the different service levels. And we are trying to get away from doing it based upon solely like age and anecdotes from the shops guys or anybody who works on those equipment regularly. Fourth, we're trying to improve our long-term funding strategies by forecasting what needs we have and align them with our annual budget cycles. So again, cost. And then finally, figure out ways to sustain performance, again, at the lowest cost, objectively through our different condition data and forecasting, which is incredibly critical for us. So why Builder to support EAM? Builder was the condition assessment forecasting engine that was selected for MWA to use. It's given us consistent objective condition indexes on a scale of 0 to 100 and helps us kind of standardize our inspection processes and methods. That matters because we can compare conditions across all of our facilities, all of our equipment, at any time, and across asset types in a repeatable way. Builder also helps us support the degradation modeling and long-range investments of our forecasting, which helps us to strengthen our ability to build defendable budgets during the budget cycles and help prioritize which work we need to get done first. And MWA also has a lot of really unique aviation-related assets, such as our passenger boarding bridges, our conveyance systems, our baggage systems, our aerotrain, and entities like that. And it helps us incorporate those asset types into a single approach. And some of the implementation challenges we've been encountering and what we're doing about them. We've learned a lot from implementing this since 2018 in a live operating airport environment. The biggest technical challenge we're working on at the moment is integration with Builder. We also use Maximo and GIS at the airport, and we're trying to get them to talk to each other because we do have a lot of information. It's just in all these different silos, and if we can get it to talk to each other, we can paint a beautiful, efficient, financially responsible picture. And we're also working on those implementations in parallel, which is creating a little bit of a challenge because it creates a lot of load on stakeholders, and sometimes it does feel like we're doing like double duty, but that's what it's going to take to get everybody to talk to each other. On the asset side, we have started with using initially the Army standards that kind of come with Builder from the start, and we've kind of adapted those to what works best for MWA and modified it a little bit as needed, which has led to our 2023 inventory and asset guide, which we've used to kind of standardize and simplify the process for us. And then finally, those reporting requirements and staffing transitions, in my position specifically, have kind of created a little bit of delay and friction. So now that I'm in this position, I intend to be here for a minute. We're able to kind of stabilize our governments and processes and get a lot more buy-in from leadership in our organization.
All right, outstanding. Thank you, Rachel. And I do want to say we're very glad that you're part of the program now. It's been great. Rachel has brought a lot of fresh ideas and really good perspective to the program. So thank you for being here and joining us this week. All right, so really quickly, I'm going to go through some of the data and a couple of charts. I'm not going to kill you with PowerPoint and try to keep us on schedule, but just an overview of where we're at right now. We've assessed just under 6 million square feet. You can see a total component replacement value of those assets at just over $2 billion. We broke it down at failure or near failure, so CIs in the red and below range, or red plus to amber plus for the near failure. And that was important for the authority to kind of focus in their attention. Again, limited resources, want to be able to really focus where they can get the most bang out of their buck. CRV by system, you can see there, those are the pretty familiar critical systems, similar to DOW and our other federal partners. But one of the things that's pretty important in an active airport is conveyances, and maybe something that may get overlooked, but elevators, escalators, people movers, very important to the airport authority. So that is one of the key systems that we'll also be tracking and developing projects for. Across the 10-year horizon, as you all know, or most know about Builder's capability to develop a 10-year scenario, we developed an unrestricted program. Total work items came up to just over $600 million across both airports. We've done assessments at DCA Terminal 2, which is the photo I showed earlier, the Grand Hall and all of the gates and concourses associated with that, along with the central utility plant, and then some key hangars that were built in the 40s, some of the old historical facilities on the property. And then over at Dulles, we've assessed the main terminal facility and the Z gates that are attached directly to that main terminal facility. The mobile lounge docks, if anybody has flown in and out of Dulles, you may know those. They're called mobile lounges or plane mates, those vehicles that drive across the parking areas, the aircraft aprons that shuttle people back and forth in between the concourses A, B, and C, D. Those dock facilities are part of the main terminal, but they're a separate structure within the airport itself. So that was part of the assessment, as I already talked about. Concourses A through D, a couple of FBO facilities, and private contractor aircraft hangars, and then some operations facilities. No surprise that HVAC was kind of the prize winner when it came to total work required, and you'll see that as we break down each airport and show a little bit more detail. So to date, again, these are just at Dulles, 22 buildings in total, $1.2 billion in component replacement value. And again, HVAC is leading the way in work required and total asset value. These numbers represent just Dulles. Again, talked about the facilities that we've assessed thus far, including the old traffic control tower. That's an abandoned facility, but we wanted to capture it because of its historic nature and some of the assets that are going to be maintained because of the historical nature of that old air traffic control tower. It looks like an old Japanese pagoda. It's a really beautiful structure, but currently not in use, and it's been replaced by a new FAA tower. Next slide. I wanted to focus and working with Rachel and her predecessors on developing a focus for the authority on how to really slice and dice this data. We wanted to take a moment to really focus attention on the passenger-facing facilities. So these 10 buildings you see in the summarized building condition index represent those that impact the passenger experience the most. And that too is something unique about the application of Builder at a commercial airport, as Rachel indicated. Some of the challenges we have of doing this at two of the most busiest airports in the nation. So focusing on the passenger-facing buildings and structures that are affiliated with that, and those key systems was really important. So you could see a breakdown of what those BCIs are looking like. Most of them are in the amber range, so there's definitely some need for some investment. a little bit deeper dive, and those of you that are familiar with data analytics tools, all of these graphics were generated using Tableau. Our team in our digital strategies group here at Jacobs excels in some of those systems, but Tableau is a nice way to depict some of these metrics and data charts. But again, as you can see in this particular slide, the HVAC jumps off the page. On the left side, it's the total cost of the work items, and then on the right side, it's the number of work items. And what's unique about that view is you can see that, you know, the alignment of the HVAC D30 system makes sense, right? It's a pretty large scale dollar amount, and you got a large number of work items. But then the much smaller D50 electrical at just $21.5 million, but the large number of work items affiliated with that, and that seems to be somewhat consistent across what our, you know, the data that we're finding. A lot of the electrical is original to the facility, so it's pretty old. A lot of the panel boards are reaching their service life and need to be replaced, so it increases the number of work items, but they don't typically come at such a large cost as HVAC generally does. Again, similar look for over at Reagan National at DCA. A little smaller footprint at the moment. As I mentioned, we've already covered down on Terminal 2. Terminal 1 was actually done by DIGON and the team back in 2018 as a pilot study. We have that data. System standards have changed since then, so we're working with that I would say older data to refresh it. We haven't reassessed the facility yet, but we're looking at, you know, the plan for improvements. There's some master planning activities that are going on in Terminal 1, which is the older historic portion of DCA that houses some of the smaller airlines right now. But we also did some of those 1940s hangars, and you'll see as a couple of those passenger-facing facilities. We lumped in a couple of the hangars because they host the United States Coast Guard, which is a critical mission for the DC area, and then the Secretary of Transportation's hangar, his aircraft is there at DCA as well. So not your traditional paying customer per se, but it's still an important hangar facility, so we included that in some of our analysis as well. Looking at the total final 8 work items at DCA over the 10-year horizon, $183 million. Again, HVAC leading the way in the top 5 total cost. And here's that hangar 5 and 6 I was just mentioning. That hangar 6 is the one that houses the Secretary's aircraft. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. As I said, they were built in the 40s, those facilities, so they definitely are showing their wear as much as you know, good work as the shops are doing to help maintain those facilities. They need some significant investment. So another look here at the DCA, similar Tableau output. Nothing really surprising on this slide, but just wanted to share some of the breakdown of how we transmit and communicate the analytics of the data to our customer. Many of you know, as builder work items are developed, there's a lot of modifiers that you can add, and sometimes the direct output from builder doesn't represent what it costs to truly execute the work, to really, you know, go fix the problem. It's not just that unit cost to directly replace. There's a lot more to it. There's also what we determined to be known as the MWAA factor, and we worked very closely with the staff at the authority and their projects control teams, their cost estimators, to develop a historical model of what an additional multiplier would be required to be added on to the builder work item. So in addition to the traditional general multiplier that covers down on supervision and overhead and profit, you know, the 1.25 multiplier, there's the builder inflation factor, which was a standard 2.1% over the out year horizon. And then we added on the MWAA factor of 2.69 as an additional multiplier. And as I said, there was a lot of historical data that went into developing that requirement. But take that initial output on the final 8 work items and add those multipliers, you get a significant cost increase and a little bit closer accuracy to how to execute the program. We helped the authority develop some projects. We applied prioritization of those work items, and we started with a focus on systems and condition index. So as the systems we discussed with the stakeholders, the most important to them as a service provider to the paying customer, the passengers. But no real surprise at an airport and an aviation facility that life safety related systems such as fire protection, HVAC, and roofing are pretty critical to the passenger experience and to good operations. So that got the highest level of point score, followed by electrical and plumbing, and then, as I mentioned, conveyance came in third from a prioritization schema, because of the importance of just moving so many people around the facilities between the escalators, elevators, and people moving sidewalks and such. So critical systems there were assigned points accordingly. And then we followed with an additional prioritization of condition index. So if an asset had a lower CI at the asset level, then it got a higher priority for work. Builder blends those two prioritizations and comes up with a scoring matrix. Then we also applied what many of you might be familiar with, like similar to an MDI assignment, although those aren't typically, I shouldn't say typically, they aren't currently assigned within the Builder database right now. We offline assign these tier structures for prioritization of hierarchy, if you will. So mission critical failure would directly disrupt operations and compromise safety. That was tier 1. And then the highly visible, and then support facilities. There's a lot, as you all know, shops and back office areas that the passengers don't see, but are still part of the operation of a day-to-day airport. But those got a tier 3 scoring in the prioritization process. We took all that data, ran it through Builder's prioritization modeling, and came up with another output to focus our attention on the most critical systems. And you can see in that upper right quadrant, the lowest, the highest priority scores and the lowest remaining service life by asset. So you can see the larger the circle, the higher the dollar amount associated with those assets. And again, as we've seen through the previous slides, and the data shows that HVAC was one of the most greatest needs, if you will, in investment. So this was another opportunity to help focus in on where to spend the dollars most efficiently. And then we wanted to take that and develop that into a scenario summary. You can see the output from that scenario. Broke it down a little bit further by building. This is just, as I said, kind of a proof of concept. So the data is just showing Dulles passenger-facing facilities right now. So those 10 major impact facilities versus the full 22 at Dulles. But these, as you can see, the main terminal building, again, the most critical, the largest, nearly 1 million square feet of passenger engagement area, requires over $200 million, $220 million in HVAC repairs just from that systems and assets that are less than 2 years remaining in their service life. So quite a bit of kind of immediate need. As I mentioned earlier about project packaging, we took the opportunity to do a proof of concept to help narrow that focus. Many of you are experienced running work plan scenarios and getting that final 8 output, and you got thousands and thousands of lines of data and rows of work items with very specific actions. But how do we take that and make a wise investment strategy decision? So what we did was create some project packages based on location, system, condition, the priority scheme that we just went through, and then that remaining service life as well, and developed over 189 project bundles just for, again, the IAD, that's Dulles passenger-facing facilities. This was just an exercise for their current programming window, which was FY26 through 28, a 3-year window, and identified by year number of projects that they can pick and choose from that get after some of that large nut of work items that are required. So you can see break down a little bit further. In FY26, there were 36 projects that were identified, but that covered down on 342 of those final 8 work items at a cost of $53.3 million. And then on the right side, just another visualization of the data by number and cost of projects, and that's bundles of work items. Here's an example. I got 2 just to share. We took, for this one, packaged units on the rooftop of Concourse Charlie Delta. It's a large facility. Again, those of you that are familiar with Dulles, it's a really long hallway kind of gate area, multiple air conditioning and package units on the roof of that facility. Total of 57 work items in all based on that location and that component type. Here's some examples from on the right side of the actual work items themselves, and then some of the comments that came from the inspections that our team provided, that all packaged and condenser units have severe deterioration all over on the fins or on the corroded or are corroded and leaking. So we took the work items that included the rooftop unit, the 25 tons themselves, the condensing units at 10 ton, the VAVs, the 20-ton units, and bundled that all together into a singular package that the authority could then use to actually bring to their project controls team, their cost estimators, and actually plan a project. This is the crux of what they needed to get it all, to get after a full cost associated with replacing those package units, and then apply the necessary soft costs. And this dollar amount, I should caveat to say, that does not include the soft costs of design, additional support vehicles like crane operations and things like that may be required. These are just packaging like system, or excuse me, like work items to develop a more realistic approach to packaging. Again, one more sample here. This is at the Z gates. This is adjacent to or kind of linked to the main terminal facility. This is replacement of the fire protection systems there. Only 5 work items, but a critical life, health, and safety system and components to replace the fire protection there. And again, this was a current year, FY26, priority score of 95, so it was pretty high up on the pecking order when it came to the prioritization process. So that was our opportunity to help the authority use the builder data. We've been collecting condition assessment information for a few years now. As Rachel indicated, the authority was also implementing a Maximo migration from 2 disparate CMMSs at each airport. Now they're operating under Maximo, but we were doing that at the same time as we were collecting builder data. So the joining of the 2 systems we know can happen, and a lot of you in the room are probably experiencing. I know the NNSA is somewhere around, or they were. I don't know if anybody's in the room now, but there we go. How you doing? And the CMMSs, Maximo and the like, are connected to builder. And that's a good example, and we're using that as the model to go forward once we finish the implementation of the Maximo CMMS at Dulles and DCA. So as I wrap up, I just want to remind everybody from an enterprise asset management that it is a journey. It's not a one-and-done type thing. The airport authority has invested in this in the long term. We focused a lot of attention in that purple area, in the data and the technology piece with Builder and all of the data that comes with it. And we talked a little bit about the business processes, about planning projects and how to bundle them and get after some of the most, critical systems from a customer service perspective. But as you know, when it comes to asset management, it is a cycle. It is a continuous circle of improvement all the time. So getting the people and the stakeholder buy-in is part of that process, and change management is really critical to success in any type of enterprise asset management application. So we've been really fortunate to work with Rachel and her team. They've got a great group of stakeholders there that are really motivated to do right by the authority and do right by the passengers. Even though, the airlines, you get frustrated with sometimes flight cancellations and things that are going on with the airlines that are completely separate from what the authority is doing. And they're really, working really hard to provide the best level of service that can possibly be done. And we're trying to help them do that with Builder. So with that, I just want to say one other thing. As part of that people process, we did a comprehensive asset management review and assessment, or CAMRA. And this is affiliated with the Institute of Asset Management and ISO 55000. And it was a self-assessment of the authority's maturity as an organization, where they are along the continuum. As you can see, that scale of level 1 through 5. That's a maturity scale for an organization, where you are as far as implementing asset management theory and procedures. Each of those areas around the spiderweb chart show a score, a self-assessment of where they were back in 2021 when we did the initial assessment. So you can see it's kind of a great snapshot and opportunity for focusing attention on improvement. And what we did with that information was to develop a roadmap and show areas that can be focused over the next 3 years. Now, we've already, exceeded, we had some delays because of Rachel's predecessors. There was a gap in coverage between hiring, so we had a delay, and some of the strategic initiatives got put on hold until we could find a replacement for the program manager. And so some of this stuff has shifted to the right a little bit in this 3-year roadmap. But most recently, last month, we took a very strategic focus on 3 of the key themes: information management, risk framework at the asset level. They're experiencing some challenges with some of their tank assets, and the insurance companies focus on that. And so helping them get a better sight picture on the risk associated with those assets is part of this process. We're helping focus the attention there. And then capital investment planning and development of governance. Those 3 themes are part of the IAM focus. And what we're going to be doing as part of that continuous improvement cycle is looking at 3 or 4 additional themes that were on that roadmap and see where the authority has progressed over the last few years, and continue to develop roadmap action items to get them moving along on that asset management maturity scale. So with that, Rachel, I'll turn it back to you just to close us out and give us your final thoughts.
Okay, so the EAM program and all of this wonderful Builder data that we have and what it means for the authority. Kind of diving back into those 5 overarching strategic goals that we pulled from the policy. In terms of strategic alignment, we are looking forward to maturing our EAM framework so that we can ensure all of our asset decisions are grounded in the most accurate, shared, and enterprise level data that we've got across, again, both airports, Maximo GIS, everything. In terms of operational efficiency, we're aiming to move forward towards a more fully proactive assessment management culture, and getting all of our different asset management groups at both airports on the same page, where we can assess the health and condition continuously and continue to inform our maintenance and renewal planning groups. In terms of financial stewardship, we're looking forward to leveraging Builder's degradation models to help enhance our long-term funding strategies, so that they can closely rely or align with our budget cycles. In terms of risk and reliability, we're looking to strengthen our risk-based capital planning and use this condition data to target our assets to impact our critical safety, operations, and customer service experiences. And then as for our enterprise governance, again, to continue to just reinvigorate our steering committee, because that kind of disappeared again when we had the lapse in someone in my position, so that we can collaborate across our engineering department, IT, finance, ops, at both airports, and again, get our Maximo GIS and builder data all on the same page.
Okay, well, that concludes our presentation. That's our contact info there. Again, we welcome any questions if anybody has any. Thanks for your attention this morning. Again, thank you to our sponsors and to the RPAA for sponsoring the event. But if you have any questions or you want to just come see us, so we've got a table out in the lobby as well. During one of the breaks, we can chat offline if you're more comfortable doing that.
Frank, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned the MWAA factor for the cost modifiers.
Yes.
How many versions and drafts of that did it take to get to land on that number? Can you walk us through that process?
It was a few. It was a few iterations. And again, we kind of provided some historic modeling from our own internal cost estimators who have worked in the DC region for a while from the design perspective. And then we collaborated with the authorities team and had, a couple of work sessions and hashed out some of those historic modifiers that they've seen over time at the authority. Again, a lot of our federal agencies are very familiar with that, aspect of the high security areas and doing work, on the air side versus the land side at an airport. There's some variation there as well in costs and where it is, if the project straddles the two, how that impacts that. So we talked through a lot of those implications with the project controls team. So it took a few weeks. We had a couple of different iterations of the model and finally settled in on that 2.69, which seems to be fairly accurate to the history model at least. Thanks, Paul. Yes, sir.
Hi, Frank.
Hey.
Joe set me up to ask a question.
Of course he did.
Steve, can you get closer to the mic?
Steve, I'm only taking softballs from the audience, so Paul already pitched one in. That was okay, but go ahead.
Joe just wants to know what your work triggers were. Did you have repairs, replacements, FCI, BCI?
Good question, Joe. No, thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. So I think the answer there is all of the above. Primary focus for work was essentially not the FCI per se, but the condition of the asset itself and the where it's stacked in the prioritization process. So focusing on the lowest scored condition index as well as the priority associated with the system, whether it was, part of that passenger-facing critical life, health, safety, or so forth. So that was really the driver behind it, was where it's stacked in the prioritization score. Uh-oh. That didn't answer his question. Joe's coming up. Come on up, Joe. Anybody else got a question? No, I'm just teasing.
I didn't make good notes for Steve, but I was more interested in, was your work that you had on the deferred work, was it replacement only? Was it repair? And did you change your RSL settings for them?
Okay.
From other clients?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Appreciate that clarification. So primarily, we did not change the settings. It was mostly replace work items. Very few repairs were affiliated with that output. There are some that we didn't exclude them per se, but the majority of the work that was generated, because of the age of the majority of the components that were in need, was replacement. You could just grab the mic and have a seat.
Were the RSL settings like 2, 3, 4, or did you have them different depending upon the nature of the prioritization or criticality, or did you have everything set for RSLs of 2, for example?
Well, in our work plan, we set the RSLs at 2 for that model, and so anything that was less than 2 years remaining service life triggered that priority. Hope that answers the question. Yes, sir, Joe. No, thank you. I'm teasing you, man. I do appreciate your inputs. Other questions?
I do have a non-builder question for Rachel. What's going to happen with the old control tower?
That's a great question. Right now, we've just put a lounge in the base of it, but what we're actually going to do with it is still up for debate in our master plan.
Gotcha. I was part of that pilot program, and I trained the assessors on that, so I got to crawl around
Okay.
DCA. I love that airport. I love that building, so I was curious of.
Still in the works.
Okay. Well, I think our time is pretty close to up. We want to make sure that, are we taking a break now, Paul?
Yeah, we're going to take an official break now.
Okay. So again, if anybody has any follow-ups and want to see us in the hall, please come and see us. And coming up next, we'll get an update on NAVFAC from Stephen and John over at the Navy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Frank, Rachel, and Abigail. All right, we're going to take an official break now. We're going to come back at 10:30. For those of you online, that's 10:30 Central.
Scott, how you doing? Good.
2 minutes. 2 minutes in the first quarter.
Good afternoon to the audience for the 2026 SMS Summit. Paul, I do have some feedback.
That was on me. We are coming back. Come in and have a seat. Got to get in front of the camera. Yes, sir. How's that? All right. All right, guys. Do I have to whistle? Okay, our next session. We have a Navy update and joining us remotely. And guys, we really appreciate you guys joining remotely. You know, we had some restrictions on you, but just having you guys join us here, even virtually, is pretty awesome. So with a Navy update from NAVFAC, please welcome Stephen Jones and John Crittenden. Oh, I'm told we are working on sound. Jokes. Ooh. Should I do my callback from Frank's? Frank, when you mentioned the maturity chart, my first thought was, oh man, I'm glad my wife doesn't have one of those for me. I wouldn't want to see that chart. But we had them not long ago. Obviously not. Not that would be safe for the room. Yeah, after Kurt, Kurt kind of broke down that wall. I'm not sure I could beat that. Joe, I was just asked if Joe has any questions. Frank says he's off the clock. Joe, I'm not going to repeat that. So, how many people are from out of town? Just a few. Okay, great. How about that hospital food? I can hear him out of there. It's on the phone. I might have to. But I hope you guys do appreciate that they were willing to participate even remotely, even though they weren't allowed to come here. So please bear with us. Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, so I'm hearing that we'll be able to hear him. He won't be able to hear us. So if we do have questions, we'll just have to repeat them and they'll hear us. That's not terrible. Uh-oh, the music's playing. That's not a good sign. That's my walk-off music. My acceptance speech was too long.
Do you have dial-in capability?
We might be closer.
Welcome 2026 Summit audience, SMS. Okay. This is the Navy updates portion of the summit. Thank you all for dealing with the technical glitches there. Appreciate DIGON and all the vendors that are sponsoring this summit. Special thanks to the event coordinator, Kelly Lust, and her staff. Are you able to hear me, Kelly, or anyone, Paul Teal?
We got you, John, if you can hear me.
Check. All right. Herding cats in and out of the conference room and setting up audio is not the easiest thing. So I appreciate it. I hope it's well worth the effort. Also, thanks to Kurt and Paul for yesterday. Kurt Warner, Paul Tagliabuccio. Sorry. Kurt Sorensen and Paul Showalter. Appreciate you guys. Regrettably, the Navy is not there in person, but it's a good chance for us to try and let me mute my alarm 1 second. Well, let's get right into it. My name is Jonathan Crittenden. I run the ICAP program, which is the Infrastructure Condition Assessment Program for the Navy. It's our version of field condition assessments using technology and standardized process, predominantly through preventive maintenance programs, but also with field-trained FMS staff. FMS is the Job Series Facilities Operations Specialist, FOS, 1640s. For that, we have that our public works departments within our facilities management divisions at every Navy base, a staff who is responsible for the inventory that we maintain within Maximo, support builder, and all of the analysis that brings to Navy facilities assets. Along with me, I have Stephen Jones, at NAVFAC headquarters, and Lauren Hedrick, who may not be on this call today because of medical reasons, but her role with us is super critical to this kind of technological capability, which is she is our maximum data manager for NAVFAC. So she's with NAVFAC headquarters as well. Her name is Lauren Hedrick, and you'll see both of their points of contact information at the end of the slides. And Stephen will come in a little bit later in the briefing on around slide 10. First, I'll give you an update. Sound check. All right, let's go forward with this. So my apologies, thanking Paul, thanking Kelly, Kurt, appreciated the Kurt Warner and Paul Tagliabue show yesterday. Sorry, Kurt Sorensen.
Paul Showalter. Getting right into it. Slide 2. I do have quite a bit of feedback, so I will speak slowly. First, I'll provide an update on our sustainment dollar flow, which is the slide you see in front of you right now. $3 billion that gets siphoned off for port dredging, specialized inspection programs, SMS tool support, and the 10 regions of the Navy around the world that may hold back for centrally managed programs, projects, higher percentage of FSM for certain facilities, the remainder that is for the other facilities, less of importance. And I think that's a theme we've talked about in this summit already, the aging infrastructure and dearth of resources to sustain it. At the bottom of the slide, you see less than 60% of sustainment dollars going toward facilities at each Navy installation as compared to 100% of the facility's sustainment model. Next slide. Here is a breakdown of the backlog and deferred maintenance and repairs. This is all facilities types, not just buildings, but this includes utilities and special structures. For military real property, we have about 20 billion in backlog for the Navy's piece of that, just in the first 4 bars. We talk about intermediate depot level maintenance. In other words, the Navy's military industrial complex, shipyards, production facilities, fleet readiness centers. And then every base has a super high level of operations support infrastructure with a lot of facilities needs and sailor and family readiness, barracks, DFACs, as the Army calls them, chow halls, fitness centers, and underlying all of that infrastructure, distributed utilities. Next slide. Here is a very involved diagram of the various E-systems that NAVFAC uses to support the shore. In the center of this, you see NFADS, which is analogous to Army GFEBs. Outputs from NFADS roll into the RPAD, Real Property Asset Database. And from all these tools, a lot of reports, both internally and externally. In the upper right, you'll notice maximum component inventory. It feeds all of our work orders, supply and logistic tools, such as 4PL, GSA procurement program with Granger, defense wide area workflow with DLA for fuel procurement, and all work order tracking in Maximo. In summary, Maximo is a single source of shore data related to expenditures. Lower left is the NAVFAC planning tool. It's common to DoD, it's known as PACS, but those project packages developed may draw upon Maximo data as influenced by builder in the form of SMS requirements. Next slide. This is a common arrangement for our shore data. In the upper left are our listing of SMS tools. When we refer to builder here, we're referring to a NAVFAC hosted builder. 3.5.6, which has been ATO'd. And in a test mode right now, we are testing the interface with Navy Maxima. At some point in the near future, in calendar year 2026, NAVFAC will be moved to the cloud on Maximo 9 as part of the Maximo application suite. At this time, we continue to be hosted locally, and we're trying to achieve a working interface with Builder. As for the next three tools, the Utilities Risk Assessment Tool, Paver and Waterfronts, and RMI. Okay, and then I want to say that in the output from InFeds, you see a reflection in Maximo. It doesn't show an arrow back to Maximo, but we can see all of our real property record card information for each Maximo. And of course, it's well known that the InFADS data feeds the facility sustainment model in the upper right of the slide. Next slide. Within the guidance of the Public Works Department Management Guide, the P1205, there's a specific call out for Navy facilities to have their condition assessment performed through the PM program, preventive maintenance. In some cases, this PM program is executed with in-house personnel. Say 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time it's performed through BOSS contracts. The reason why we rely on the PM program is it creates an efficiency. So if you're going to do an invasive inspection on an annual basis, for example, of a component or assembly, at the end of that inspection, you can rate the asset. And I'm going to pause here. I'm hearing myself about 4 times each time I say a sentence. I think it's because I think you guys have me dialed in twice to this meeting, but I can't shut one of them off. Okay, moving on to slide 8. I think this is where there's much interest in the Navy approach. And so I've split up this slide into a asset validation side, field condition assessment, and on the right-hand side, the analytics of applying Builder. There's an upper stream on the left in the pane of gray there. That represents steady state condition assessment programs. Whether it's through the PM program or by facility management specialists, the boss contractor delivering those ratings of an already established inventory. The lower stream, that path flow there, relates to when you go out and hire a contractor for the express purpose of developing the data that you then bring into your maintenance management system or real property asset database. This could be for a first-time assessment called a baseline assessment, or a refresh of existing assets to verify and validate their spec, installation date, quantity, cost, and to provide the rating as well as the assessment date in the field. The lower stream requires a strictly flat file process. The upper stream is reliant upon the maintenance management system direct entry. Now, some boss contractors are not using direct entry, and they also use a flat file process. Next slide is next piece of this same slide. Leveraging the component cost catalog, and then applying this kind of information to the Maximo data set. There's also a flat file piece involved with builder processing until we get the interface tested and used, which we expect to do in the summer of 2026. There's a flag up in the right, a note that says, once we get that interface working, we will be able to provide the real numbers in terms of CI values after the builder performed condition degradation analysis. So that's that counterclockwise loop you see on the right, where at the present time, we're only getting work items, but in the future, we will be getting updated condition index values. Next slide. This pertains to a very similar process to ICAP, which is the utility ICAP process. In the recorded version of this session, which I will send to Kelly, I'll elaborate on this slide. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and take an Excedrin for my headache. Thank you, Stephen. I'm not sure how to get sound from you guys. I'm plugged in. Now I get feedback, but I'll go ahead and start again. Slide 10. This catalog was developed from CERL's cost book and all the research that I have about a 40-second delay. One of the OSW working groups seeks to leverage as much of ERDIC's research as they can, plow all of that into a catalog. I'm gonna have to pause again, guys. It's just not working because I cannot hear on your end, and my delay of almost a minute means that we just need to record this and prepare it and send it out to everyone.
All right, guys, due to technical difficulties, you get a long lunch. You're not supposed to cheer at that. Okay, so we're going to come back at 1. The PDF of that presentation is going to be on the smssummit.com site, and then we will get a recording from John, and we'll get that posted at some point. Kelly, some point. Okay, so yeah, just keep an eye on the Summit website. All right, we're going to come back then at 1 o'clock. For those of you online, that's 1 o'clock Central. All right, we're getting some miking work done, and then we'll get going here in a couple of seconds.
Dang,
It is the day of technical issues. What year is this? This was supposed to be all solved by now. We're good to go? I got the thumbs up. I have to stand in front of you because I got to get on the camera. All right, welcome back from long lunch. You're very welcome. All right, we're going to get into the next item, which is an end of the year strategy discussion. We have a panel here. So please please welcome, with 40 years of experience, 20 years with the DoD and sustainment management, we have our moderator for this event, the Senior Vice President of Asset Management from WSP, DeAllen Norris. Take it away. Thank you, everybody.
Today's panel will explore the tools, processes, and milestones. Sorry. Tools, processes, milestones that support metric reporting out of Builder ESMS. As we know, consistent metric reporting requires data controls and calendarization of communications. So to introduce the panel, first I'd like to introduce Stephanie Greco. Stephanie is the Deputy Program Leader for Application Program within the laboratory infrastructure at Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Second is Brad Peterson. Brad is Vice President of Technology and Solutions and Services for the Building People. And then our third panel member is Doug Barnard. He's a Senior Principal of Asset Management with Stantec Government Services. So Stephanie, if you'd like to take it away, we'll let you go first.
All right, so can you hear me okay? We're good? Okay, so the first question that we had was, do we need to stop using any system for consistent and reliable data? I am representing Lawrence Livermore National Lab, which is part of the NNSA. So it's important to note that the NNSA has several sites, and we all manage everything quite differently. So I'm really going to be speaking primarily to Livermore's processes. And so at a high level, very quick answer, no, we don't really stop anything at fiscal year end to make sure that we can improve our data and make sure it's reliable and whatnot. So I am going to caveat that and say that we have implemented a framework where we have CMMS integration, right? So we use EAM as our CMMS. We have that connected to a tool that we've developed in-house that works as a data lounge and a software tool that helps us bridge the gap between FIMS, which is our source of record for the Federal Real Property Profile, and builder and our CMMS. And so we're able to automate and really make sure that we are efficiently managing our data there. I do want to note that we have very tight access controls in builder and in FIMS. Again, that's the data repository that ends up pushing to the federal real property profile. We have a handful of people who actually can go in and update these systems. And so it's very important to us that we keep that really tight. I do want to note that although we don't stop any processes, we cannot and do not disrupt any of our business processes as well. And so what we do at fiscal year end is we determine kind of a drop dead date for certain processes. One of them being inspection processing. We, Livermore, don't do our inspections in builder. We use a DOE system called CASE. That's the Condition Assessment Information System. And so we take all of the information from CASE, we crosswalk it into builder so we can push it over, get our information for deferred maintenance, repair needs, so on and so forth. And so we set a drop dead date at fiscal year end. So for example, maybe it's August 15th. And so all the inspections that come through up and through August 15th will count towards fiscal year 25, for example. Everything after that has to move on to the next fiscal year. That has actually been improved this year. So we're able to push it very, very close to the fiscal year end deadline, where we can basically hit refresh and pull everything through and make sure that we have as current data as possible. An additional area that we do need to consider at fiscal year end where we have that drop dead date is what we like to call completions. And that's looking at deferred maintenance reduction. And so we want to take credit for as much deferred maintenance reduction as we can, but oftentimes in the government, it takes some time for things to actually hit the books, right? Our assessors need to go out, they need to look at the inventory, track that this has been replaced, and so on and so forth. And so we have a team that will identify if a certain piece of equipment has been removed, and if it has been physically removed, we want to take credit for that, for deferred maintenance reduction. So again, we'll use that date of August 15th or so on and so forth, so we can move forward from there. And I think that's pretty much what I've got for the first one. So shall we move on? Cool.
Stephanie? Okay. Doug?
Yeah, thank you for, it's great to be here. Data is a really important topic to everybody, and from the perspective of an end user like Livermore Labs, working from a project management perspective where we're actually collecting that data is a little different than a year-end process. We work project to project rather than, okay, it's the end of the year, what do we do with the data? So, but the basic principles are all the same. You want to have a good framework for your data. You want to have standardization. You want to have consistency. You always want to be looking at it. But from a year-end perspective, it's a good idea at the year-end to take advantage of looking at your data, looking at your metrics. Are you collecting data that you don't need anymore, that doesn't help you? One of the things that I've learned about data over the many years I've been in the business is it's really easy to collect data. It's a lot harder to keep it current. So if you're collecting data that you really don't need, stop the effort, get rid of it, change your metrics, change your data collection, but keep in touch with what really matters, because it can be really overwhelming collecting data that you don't need. So that's my 2 cents for right now.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, thank you for having us on the panel. I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. We do builder assessment work. We do some IV and V work on some builder programs, but we also work at a little bit different level, at the portfolio level, right? So we're working with systems and master systems, data systems record to compile all these disparate data sets, whether it's RIPI or Builder or GFibs or other tools that aggregate into a portfolio-wide system of record. And we work closely with our clients. Year-end does come into play, but establishing that whether it's benchmark criteria, performance measures, or certain critical KPIs, they may be driven by certain government mandates or compliance measures, things of that nature, and identify that up front. So you kind of know what those expectations are. So as you build your data sets, your data calls, you're kind of knowing how you need to roadmap that and build it into achievable goals and expectations. And that kind of feeds back to meeting expectations on the builder assessment work, the builder data work, GIS data. All this is a big data composite fabric, right, of how to pull it all together to support the mission. So that's our role, and it's some of our tactics we apply.
Okay, thank you, Brad. We're open for questions. Certainly, I know everyone has their challenges with year-end data, and as Doug said, keeping your data up to date. Does anyone have any questions or would like to talk about how you address this in year-end? Okay, anything online? Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Joe.
This is directed to Doug. You introduced a concept of you don't need as much data as you originally collected. Could you give us some highlights of what you found not necessary moving forward? Over.
Yeah, one really good example is if you're collecting information that is not, or is available in another data set. For example, in a CMMS system, if that's your system of record for serial numbers, makes, models of a piece of equipment, but then you're going out and collecting that equipment or validating that equipment, and there's no connection between the two, it seems like a wasted effort if you're collecting it but not doing anything with that data in your system of record, as an example. And it's very easy to want to set up collecting, like I remember when these systems first came out, wanting to collect like every light fixture, every light component. But is that how you're really going to use the information? Like in Builder, it's a budgeting tool. So do you really care how many individual downlights you have in this room? Or do you need to know, hey, there's 500 of these downlights of the similar size, a similar age, that could be lumped together in a section, whereas in a CMMS program, you want to be more granular. So that's kind of what I was getting at. Does that explain it well enough?
I think so.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Okay, anyone else?
So I'd like to pitch in on that actually for just a moment to kind of share a slightly different perspective. From the NNSA perspective, we primarily use Builder not so much as a boots on the ground system, but oftentimes more as strategic to help point you in the right direction. And so at Livermore specifically, we have implemented Builder in such a way that we only pull in actionable equipment. We don't pull in foundations. We don't pull in toilets. Those are one to fail. Those don't make sense to request funding for. We leverage Gordian, which is right over here. So we have these really robust base models, and that takes care of it for us. They have the foundations, they have the branch wiring and the walls and everything. That way we can focus on the equipment that really, truly matters to the mission.
Okay. So I do have a question. So how do you see your clients, and Brad, this may be more directed to you, tracking their repairs and replacements or components that are identified for, for sustainment efforts within the...
Start here?
Yeah.
One of the areas that I got exposed to early on is benchmarking of information around maintenance, repairs, and things of that nature, which has kind of led into the Builder efforts. But there's I don't know if anyone's done a phenomenal job on starting out with a strategic assessment model back 30 years ago, built off of some Baldrige criteria, and they now sustain a data set of all higher ed facilities across the country and Canada that measures performance criteria and reporting out of data and data analytics. A lot of that is also built in from the Builder work that's being done on some of the colleges and universities as well. So establishing some of that benchmark data, what your goals and aspirations are, how you want to measure your facility by square footage or by latitude, longitude. There's all sorts of interesting data sets that are there that allow you to kind of set some of those goals for you as you establish some of your Builder assessment criteria.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else? Can you talk about some of the tools that are being used? I know, Stephanie, you talked about some of the tools. What other tools are you seeing, Brad, that are being used to manage the data and determine metrics? Either one of you? You want to talk more about yours?
Oh yeah, please. Absolutely. Yeah. So we use quite a few tools to help manage our data. At the high level, NNSA, we use this tool called Vapor. It's an acronym. I unfortunately can't really define it, to be completely honest, but it basically does a lot of data checks, and it really validates that our information is coming through appropriately. It looks at our source of record, FIMS, it looks at Builder, it looks at another tool that we leverage, which is G2, which has a lot of our project data, and it makes sure that everything is aligned there. And additionally, there are a series of checks to make sure that we're passing kind of the gut check. Does this make sense? Are we saying that we have poor condition, but we don't have any repair needs? Kind of flagging those errors so we can make sure that our data as a whole is a lot more accurate. On top of that, Livermore has a series of Power BI dashboards that we leverage to help track our data. We call one of them lovingly the 4 Kings. And so that looks at our CMMS data, so EAM, that looks at FIMS, that looks at Builder, and that looks at G2, again, to ensure alignment across the board, make sure that everything looks appropriate, that everything passes all the gut check. We also, I had mentioned that we have this wedge, right? This platform that we had built, or this application that we had built that kind of sits between our CMMS and sits between Builder. We've also built in a lot of capabilities there to help us highlight errors in the data or areas that we can improve it. So we're continuously shifting around our data and doing what we can to make sure that it is the best it can be. So for example, I had mentioned some of our models. We're constantly doing what we call moving furniture. So we're making sure that the catalog assignments are as appropriate as possible. So we're maximizing the quality of the data so our analytics are more effective.
Okay, thank you. Still nothing?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll add to that.
Yeah, please.
Some of our federal agency customers are using a product called Code Labs, CODE Labs, and they have a phenomenal data aggregation tool that does all these checks and balances for data redundancy, data duplication. You can feed it in and it'll do all this aggregation and help you understand if you got, where your data gap analysis or incomplete gap data. So it's a relatively newcomer, low-code tool, but it's going to be expanding in many areas. But it's not only used in the asset and facility world, but it's also used in infrastructure and financial reporting and things of that nature as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, certainly one of the things that we see with our clients when we're out training and trying to help them use these systems is not only the resourcing, but the timing, right? What the calendar of activities, and most of us, at least I know I do, if I have certain things that are repeatable every month, I actually put calendar events and I manage them that way. So can you talk a little bit about, maybe Stephanie, again, do you have a published calendar of activities, and how do you manage that with your team so that everyone knows when these touch points are going to occur for metrics calculations and reporting?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a series of calendars. NNSA is technically under the big DOE umbrella. So DOE establishes a calendar every November, which tells us when our validation, or it's basically an audit, is going to happen to make sure that our data is as accurate, again, as possible. And shortly after we receive that timeline, NNSA develops an additional timeline to help clarify areas a little bit more for us. There are certain data elements that NNSA sponsors that we will push into FIMS in the DOE system at the end of the year. And so there's certain timelines that are clearly established. We need to have our review done by X date, maybe by Y date. Headquarters needs to approve it, and then the date that headquarters is going to push, and then another date for how long we have to review everything, make sure that everything, again, passes the gut check. Internally, we do have some softer calendars. I don't know that any are truly published, but within laboratory infrastructure, we do have a master calendar that documents all of these really critical milestones throughout the year to make sure that we're hitting everything when we should.
Great. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, sort of to follow up on what you were talking about, DeAllen, is within our data collection projects, not only calendaring it, but actually including those flow down of events into a project schedule. If you have a deliverable that's due on a certain date, there are certain activities that have to take place from the time that the data collector in the field collects the data from his assessment to going through the QC process to doing draft reports, draft reviews, and finally getting to that deliverable stage. And having those key milestones in the project schedule has been very effective. And also managing communication between the various teams that have to do those reviews in a Teams environment really facilitates the ease of communication plus tracking the completion of those tasks. Couple of great tools.
Yeah.
And on having worked for Stantec on a project or so, they're so organized, and the schedules that we get from a resourcing plan and the site visits is incredible. There's a lot of time that gets put into that. But leading back into those milestone delivery dates of the delivery of the information, that kind of leads back into what you're trying to meet at the portfolio level. That all comes into play with what the end state goals are for getting your critical dates down for your data reports that need to go back into senior management, the senior levels.
Yeah. And kind of touching on what Doug said, in addition to that, our projects have timely training of the recipients of the information so that they're prepared to receive what we're about to deliver to them, and then follow-up meetings. So that is all very strictly scheduled so that the data is fresh, or their mind is fresh about what they're about to receive, and then we walk them through that and provide the training for them to use that data moving forward. So.
You're right, they have to sign off on it.
Absolutely, that is correct. Yes, sir.
I've been hanging back, folks. I'll direct this to all three of you, but I'll start with Stephanie. At your end of year, beginning of the year cycle, do you do any evaluation of your budget spent in the previous year and how it may have affected any of your key KPIs in terms of, can you correlate, we spent X dollars and we achieved a certain level of CI change with whatever KPI you're managing your assets against?
So I may need to call on a friend for that one. The area that I work in is a little bit more strategic, not so much tied in directly with the financials. We take the data, interpolate it, bring that to management, and then management will move forward from there. However, I don't know that I can speak to specifics. Looks like Yusuf is going to come up and save the day, though.
Hi. What we do is we produce the data, we produce the end of year numbers, and then what we also do is we aggregate that data and then attach them to projects. And so we have control over that data as well. And then so what we can do is we can track inventory that has been replaced, deferred maintenance that has been retired, and then what we do is we use that data to facilitate asks, and then each ask that gets done is then tracked in the database, and then we can go back and look at how effective we were. So does that answer your question? So
I guess to a degree, like I assume you're managing NSA assets to a certain KPI target that you're tuning against for your spend. I'm guessing, I don't know, and if you're doing that, I was wondering if you can correlate, like the previous year, we started a year at I'm just gonna make up a number, BCI of 60. So assuming that's a key KPI, and now your portfolio's at a 70, right? You achieved a 10-point gain with so much money that was spent last year. That's sort of what I'm getting to. Is there anybody doing that type of, correlation between spend and CI improvement on whatever KPI that's important to you?
we track spend and we track data and spend, and then what we will do is so we track the data. We track that to the actual. So we prioritize our data. We grab that data. We put it on a project, and we're looking at we're specifically interested in replacements. We don't really use Builder as for its repairs because it doesn't keep track of what you need to do. And so what we do is we take the replacements, put them on a project, and then what we do is our final end of year analysis. We go back and look at how that affected the asset. Did it move it up? It's FCI. Did it move the BCI up? And we do things like that. We also do something called, and I don't want to get sidetracked here, but we also we've also implemented the functionality calculator. I think we've already talked about that. And that functionality calculator also puts in investments. So basically transfers the functionality index into a monetary value. And then what we can then do is track is that monetary value. If we spend that, it will now move our functionality up. So we're looking at the indexes, if that answers your question. We're more of a, if you think about it, we're 1 square mile plus a large place we blow stuff up off in the dust there. But anyway, so what we're doing is we're looking at retiring assets and doing that kind of stuff. So Livermore's kind of taken an approach of we're building our way out of deferred maintenance.
Gotcha.
So just to add on to what Yusuf was saying, so as far as metrics and comparisons, so Stephanie had alluded to one of our, our year-end dashboards show movement in BCI, the condition of the facility, and then we're also comparing what deferred maintenance was last year to this year for some of our facilities, that when we brief our senior management, they can see either if it's gotten better or if it's gotten worse.
Yeah, for example, one of the things that prompted my question was I was in a meeting at certain military headquarters, and we were successful at getting $400 million for a roof system, roofs, to address roof. And the parting comment was, okay, we gave you that much money. We want you to be able to report that our roofs moved from whatever they were at to something else, to something better. And that's what I'm getting to. Can we track our budget spend at these various entities with some corresponding improvement in our CIs, whichever ones we're measuring?
I'll let Stephanie continue, but what we do is our CMMS wedge, which is what we call Insight, has kept in track of everything we've ever done in Builder since 2017. And so we can go back all the way back to 2017, and you can see the trends in the data all the way up to today.
Interesting.
I was just curious if that was part of the year-end process review. And if any other comments on the panel besides NNSA?
I'll chime in. Stipulating where the data from Builder also contributes to, from an asset management standpoint. There's 24 CFO Act agencies. They're all accountable on a year-end report, the first quarter after the end of the fiscal year. And those data calls come in, part of those measures, deferred maintenance and capital renewals and things like that, and that all gets fed back up. So the Builder data is critical to help build up some of those analytics that come into the financial reporting at the end of the year. And those are mandated.
And the question really that you ask comes up every time we go to a new installation, or every time we return to an installation, is how current is the data and how can we keep it more current so that when a new commanding officer comes in, he can see results of what the funding levels are. And I know that's from DOD, from their presentations. Everybody's looking for that. Getting there is a golden ring that is going to take some work.
Okay. Another question that we saw was, what do you need that Builder is not providing?
I'm going to jump on that one
Jump
real
on
quick.
that, 'cause I know you.
Yeah. So we talked about a year-end dashboard. That's my baby. We used to, at fiscal year end, have a death by PowerPoint presentation to our senior management, and he would be frowning the whole time. It would be dreadful. And so I was brought on board, pulled out some Power BI dashboards. We skinnied it up 1 year where there were only 3 slides, and then the rest of Power BI dashboards, and he smiled the whole time. So now we drive it 100% off of Power BI. And so one of the areas that we really look at in these dashboards is, past, present, future. Renal did mention that we look at where we were to where we are. Future, that's where I really need help. We use the scenario summaries 1 year just for our fiscal year and DM, RN, all of that information. However, we also use 10-year scenarios and 25-year scenarios. So we can look at the big swings that are coming. We are a really old site. My office building is from 1942. And so it's really important that we can see what big swings are going to come with different systems and whatnot so we can plan appropriately. Currently, it's really painful to have to run these 10-year scenarios site by site. And the 25-year scenarios have to be initiated on the back end. And so that would be something that would help us to have that brought to the front end so we had more capabilities to really dig in and pull that information so we could do the analysis. On top of that, I just lost it. If it comes back to me, I'll speak back up.
Okay. Go ahead.
consistently what we've heard from our clients is that the two things that Builder doesn't provide is money and resources. It's common. I've got 400 projects. I got enough money to do about 40 of those a year, and I have enough resources, manning, staffing, to plan about 15 of those. So if Builder can crack that on money and resources, be a lot further along.
From a technology standpoint, I know it's current state versus future state, but having in past life worked with building an integration with Builder to a IWMS solution, the lack of a true API was really challenging. Every time the Builder went through a database version, it changed and had to rewrite the integration, and it was very high cost of maintenance to maintain that solution, whereas ESMS is coming out with API-driven workflows and totally different platform, which is going to be incredible to leverage, to work and share and integrate that data with other related systems of record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think everybody's excited about the ESMS reporting capabilities and the integration of Power BI. Certainly that's going to change the game of what you're going to see out of it and improve it. Any other questions? Anything online, Paul? Nothing? Okay. All right. We can finish a little bit early if no one has any other questions. I've exhausted the questions that I have. Okay, thank you.
Paul Teal's forcing me to take you over to the camera where that mic is.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Just a question for everybody in the room. So how many people here are using functionality besides NNSA? Okay. So that's kind of interesting. And I was wondering if anybody saw that if anybody on the panel sees that as an important leg of Builder.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so none of your customers are using functionality, though? I mean, they're actually not.
Well, our experience is, as far as the current requirements of getting the data in the system and managing the data, and sometimes these contracts are written such that that's not a provision or it's another element you've got to address. So you've got to work with the client to show them the benefits that can come out of the system, make sure that language is in your deliverables.
And so, follow-on question. So, do you find it hard to convey the difference between condition and functionality with your customers?
Doug's in it all a day in and day out, but these RFPs that come out, someone wrote this PWSs, and they don't take the depth and breadth of what the current state of what Builder can provide. End state customers may be more aware of what we're driven and guided by the performance work statement and the conditions therein, and if there's other benefits, you always try to establish a trusted advisor relationship with the client. Say, hey, there's also this feature. Well, is it in the PWS? I'm not going to authorize a change order. I mean, yeah.
That's exactly right. I mean, not to point fingers, but contracting is one of the challenges that we face in providing data to clients. You can only do what's in your contract, even though you can suggest and create things.
Uh-huh.
Even on the client side, a lot of those functions are siloed within a client's organization. One person will deal with functionality, one person is going to deal with specialized inspections, one person, and they have different budgets and they have different goals and metrics. So it's a greater challenge to incorporate.
So that is true. That not the same people that are dealing with condition are dealing with functionality. So it's like you got to go talk to two different people or have both of them in the same room.
Two different user camps.
Yeah. Until you get to a certain level, and that often doesn't happen.
Okay. And have you tried to monetize the functionality index at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay.
That's
Thank you.
That's a good idea, though. It all comes down to money.
And this one's for DIGON. It would be nice to have a functionality API.
Yes, ma'am. Duly noted.
Hi, I was wondering if anybody wanted to speak to, like, upstream, downstream utility dependencies and the risk of condition and capacity on utilities to impact your BCI scores and things like that, because if my building can be cracking, but if my utilities suck, how am I indicating that in my metrics in a way that is actionable? If anybody has any conversation about that?
I think maybe what you might be talking about gets into the broader picture now that ESMS is going to include utilities, because like for the Navy, the UICAP program is based on risk assessment. It doesn't necessarily get down to the BCI of a specific building, but it evaluates the risk of your mission dependency and overall what the impact to that building would be if it lost it. So I'm not sure if that doesn't really affect the BCI or the condition of the building, but that gets back to the functionality and the integration of all those systems together. I don't know if that answered your question.
Sometimes there's different facility condition assessment tools that are used that are not Builder, that may get into some of the infrastructure components, and Builder does certain aspects. We have clients using Builder and other tools that have a built-in FCA component, and then you got to pull that data together, right? And they're aligned to different components or systems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with the NNSA and we have MDI, obviously, but I'm wondering about how to tell that story correctly when you're discussing end of year and risks on site, and if anyone's got elegant ways that they're tying utilities in with discussions about buildings more than this has a high mission score. We're not necessarily talking about condition and capacity of those utilities specifically then, we're just saying this thing's important and it relies on power. I was just wondering if there was a more elegant way out there that anyone's got.
Grid security?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's this tool called OSI Soft that was bought by Hexagon, I believe. They've got tools that build into grid analysis. It's GIS based. Pretty cool tool. A lot of utility companies use it for monitoring the grid.
Livermore, kind of on that scope, we do have some custom data elements within our CMMS that help us tell those stories. You can kind of treat it as an MDI, so to speak, at the component level. And so that helps us break these things down a little bit more for senior management in a way that's digestible. Additionally, we have a few more. Don't want to say too much here, but feel free to reach out and we can have a sidebar discussion and dig in a little bit more.
Okay, we'll wrap it up then if we don't have any other questions. Thank you to the panel.
All right.
We
Yeah.
appreciate
Thank you,
your expertise
DeAllen,
and your time.
Stephanie, Brad, and Doug. Okay, exciting news. We have a video from the Navy guys, so they've already sent that to us.
Thank you.
And crossing my fingers, we're going to show it to you. Uh-oh, he called me up here.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Navy Updates segment of the 2026 SMS Summit hosted by DIGON. And let me foremost apologize. I had a YouTube live stream going during my failed attempt to brief this the first time. So thank you all for your patience in listening to the recording. A special thanks to the event coordinators led by Kelly Lust. Herding us cats in and out of all these conference halls year after year is thankless work, I'm sure, but hopefully well worth it in the end. Thank you, Kelly. And much respect to our modern day forebearers of this SMS tool pioneering, Kurt Sorensen and Paul Showalter. Appreciate you guys. Thank you to Paul Teal for putting up with me today. And I appreciate you guys getting this video out to the masses. Regrettably, the Navy is not available to attend in person today in San Antonio, but I'm joined on the line, or was joined on the line by my colleague and senior facility engineer, Stephen Jones, also with NAVFAC headquarters, and as well as a contributor to this brief named Lauren Hedrick. She is our maximum data manager for all of NAVFAC. So thank you to you both. Let's get started. I'm John Crittenden. I run the ICAP program for the Navy. This is our infrastructure condition assessment program. In other words, our field condition assessments are performed through ICAP. In this program, we leverage standardized process and technology through preventive maintenance, through field trained FMSs, facilities management specialists, OPM Job Series 1640, and of course, using the technology of Builder, furnished by the Engineering Research and Development Center out of the Civil Engineering Research Lab of the Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you all. So we're happy to present the Navy's governing tools and policies pertaining to these topics. And of course, today we're naturally going to cover Navy Maximo and its many data connections. Our agenda consists of showing you the O&M funding picture for the Navy, and then also the various the data management interfaces managed by NAVFAC. There are many. A basic arrangement of our Navy shore data for real property. Building assessments as underpinned by PM in our policy. And UICAP, which is also a program that is that leverages preventive maintenance inspections. And finally, what we had intended for Stephen to cover, which is a component cost catalog and its development as part of that OSW working group. So getting right into it, this is the ST program allocation. This is operations and maintenance sustainment funding, not including restoration modernization for the Navy, 78 Navy bases around the world, 110 Navy installations. And there are 10 Navy regions. So before we get into the region takeoffs, there's an upper bar there called C&IC. There are special bills. There is port dredging, dry dock seismic inspection and analysis, specialized inspections, other must funds such as medical or special projects or contingency operations. And those takeoffs from the region, after those takeoffs, down in the middle of the screen, you see the need for trying to match sustainment at a higher percentage for certain types of facilities. And as a result, the remainder of facilities, if you look at the very bottom bumper sticker, may receive 50 or less than 60% of the so-called 100% shore or facility sustainment model that department-wide, that the department uses. We'll go into, on the next slide, all of our military shore Navy-held property, a breakdown by capability area for the shore of the maintenance and repair backlog. The first four bars constitute about 20 billion in backlog from the Navy's shore industrial complex, including shipyards, fleet readiness centers, installation level, depot level maintenance, as well as all of the operational support infrastructure that goes into running a Navy base and its utilities. SMS tools define the risk of this infrastructure being degraded and not funded. Slide 5, there's a lot to look at on the screen here. but keep in mind there are many data-related interfaces for shore data systems and their corresponding inventory data sets. In the middle of the slide, you notice INFADs, which for the Navy is similar to GFEBs for the Army, or TRIRIGA for the Air Force. All of the data out of INFADs rolls into the RPAD, that real property asset database that is important and of interest to OSW. And as they are, we are also concerned with reporting from these tools, both internal and external to the Navy. And lastly, on the upper right, you see Navy's component inventory, which is in Maximo, the maintenance management system, and how it feeds all of our work orders and other tools, Millstrip, 4PL, which is the GSA run program for procurement through Granger, DLA, wide area workflow for fuel procurement, and of course, time and labor tracking. So it could be said that Maximo is a single source of shore-related expenditures. But for the sake of discussion here today, we'll get into the flow chart on Maximo later, so you can see how it pertains to Builder. I'm not going to dwell on the planning aspects that much, except to say that they have data that could be used in the PAX tool, which is for special project packages, that could draw upon Builder, be influenced by Builder, whether it's condition index values at the master system level or sustainment management requirements at the whole facility level. And these projects, you can tell their story with more of a data justification using Builder data. So today we'll focus on this Maximo Builder interface. Here's an arrangement of Navy shore data. In the test phase, you'll notice that we have Builder to Maximo still being tested. We expect that to be used in summer of 2026 for the next run of Builder for the Navy. You'll also notice that there are 3 other SMS tools underneath Builder. The URT, which has already been developed in Maximo. So that is already interfaced. In other words, it's complete. We'll have a later slide on the utilities version of ICAP called UICAP. And then the next set of SMS tools under development, SMS Paver, SMS Waterfronts. These are used by our specialized inspection programs. And today, the specialized inspection programs do require a lot of engineering input to Maximo to be able to indicate what is the total amount of SMS requirements for these types of special facilities, such as dry docks, waterfronts, airfields, large water tanks, 10,000 gallon and above, trackage, and so forth. And lastly, another interface that is complete is a safety assessment program known as RMI. And that feeds Maximo with work orders for safety hazards at our facilities. One last thing on here is we have some arrows coming out of INFADs and going into INFADs, but there is a way to view all real property asset database information within Maximo. It's a reflection of what's in the property record card, which is stored within INFADs. And then also, of course, we all know that INFADs or GFEBs, whichever service, feeds the facility sustainment model. It feeds the DoD or the department-wide RPAD. And of course, even though there's not an arrow, Maximo leverages GIS information for lat-long information. And there's tools at the very end of the brief in the backup slides, you'll see some capabilities that we bring with Maximo and GIS data brought together. Let's go to the next slide. This is one of our policies, the Public Works Department Management Guide, P1205. There's a big call out for PM program to drive ICAP and to drive UICAP. We do this either through in-house resources or the BOSS. But the bottom line here is we rely on PM programs to create that efficiency. If you're going to do an invasive inspection involving some teardown on an annual basis, that's the perfect time to rate the asset. So that's what the Navy does. Next slide. This is probably of most interest to those who wonder how the Navy gets it done. The NAVFAC policies and standards are all written around trying to perform ICAP in two different ways. That field condition assessment can happen through a steady state process of a PM program or trained FMS staff doing ICAP inspections. And that's the red pathway at the top of the left-hand gray field. And then below that is a flat file sandwich of efforts done through contracted experts, such as those maybe in the room right now at the SMS Summit, to spec out and establish installation dates and quantities of the components that they inventory and bring into the inventory of record for the various military branches and department agencies, as well as providing the condition ratings of those items that they matrix, as well as providing the condition assessment date in the field for those same component records. Then you have to flat file upload back to our Navy Maximo asset data set. Now we're into the right-hand side of this slide, which is the other field of gray. All of that goodness of doing condition assessments should be leveraging the component cost catalogs so we can true up our costs. And then we have a, looks like a counterclockwise cycle for developing builder requirements in our systems, an RE system being Navy Maximo, the maintenance management system, and providing in the future for this interface to be developed, we'll be able to have actual real number values coming back from condition index on degradation curves from builder. At the present time, we're only getting the work items, which we then handle or update, refresh in Maximo based on costs, year of need, repair or replace type, and program year. And lastly, there's a note in the upper right that mentions how this data is also available to be imported into projects. So it's not just that you're updating the asset record, the components in Maximo, but also the projects that use these requirements to justify and show the condition impact of those projects. UICAP, as promised, this slide gives you an overview of a very engineering heavy process for SMS, well, for utilities assets in the Navy. It's different from the quote SMS utilities under development by ERDIC. Your eye is drawn to the orange or yellow evaluation arrow in the upper left between 9 and 12. Once you've given your inventory over to this step, risk assessments using the risk assessment tool can be performed. You develop mitigations for all the vulnerabilities cited by engineers and according to their various modes of failure. For example, if a water supply or a power supply has mitigations, each of them will have a cost, and you'll determine the priority of performing these mitigations based on a risk analysis, crossing consequence of failure with likelihood of failure, and those that are high in both are going to have the highest priority. At the end of the day, this is already functioning within Maximo, as explained earlier. It allows engineers, project developers at the public works departments to quickly lash together project scopes to be able to pump out projects. These game-changing utility projects can then be successfully reported on, tracked, planned over a long period of time, and finally executed. All right, the next slide was going to be originally presented by Stephen Jones, but since we've reverted to a recorded session, I'll quickly go through how there are various OSW working groups for different causes. This particular working group is called the Component Catalog Development Working Group. It's looking at how to leverage as much of ERDIC CERL research as best they can, and then to inform a catalog that will then provide a wider listing of technologies for construction of our built environment, as well as the depth of each of those categories to have various spec or capacity, capability choices within the catalog. So it's wider in the sense that it includes modern construction technology, and deeper in the sense that there's a higher variety. This allows you to down specify a lot of different component records, to be able to have ancillary costs also associated with repair or replacement of real assets, real components. And it's not a static. At this time, it becomes a cost book that is dynamic and managed through Army Corps of Engineers contracts. It may include escalation factors for different types of labor, different assumptions that need to be made for how high you are above the deck, or the need for rental equipment. And it provides more accurate, actionable estimates of work needed to justify projects for reducing deferred maintenance and repair backlog at department-wide facilities. And for the Navy, this is it represents an improvement upon an existing cost book that we've been using, which has served us well, but needs to continue to evolve. Before we get into the backup slides, I'll just give a quick rundown of this. These are our presenters here today. Maybe in the next set of slides, I'll get you our profile pics. Sorry that we couldn't present in person. Let's see, next slide has a listing of our electronic e-tools for shore real property management. Also, some ongoing initiatives to improve our data quality, first and foremost, to improve the use of technology when inputting condition ratings. And finally, the upgrade to a cloud-hosted version of Maximo and all of the API goodness that could come from that. Last slide has our relevant policy documents. We can provide links to each of these. If you hover over them, you'll see a Navy internal. So if you have a .mil, if you're in the domain, and we grant access to Navy flank speed, you can see these documents and download them. If we were to do another presentation, I would do it on site. Thank you for your time and attention today. Here's an idea that we have to try and leverage GIS information, as well as condition information and project information and work order information, and provide it all in one place. This sort of public works dashboard allows for the public works officer, as well as the installation's commanding officer, to visualize all future predicted degradation. These geospatial shapefile images allow for color coding to indicate a forecast of degradation over time, and where to apply funding, including restoration funding, for those aspects, those facilities on their bases that are most critically impacted. It also now allows a filter by uniformat master system. So you can have a meaningful discussion about, you're talking about a certain type of utility commodity or a specific aspect of a facility, whether it's life safety related, roofing, power, cooling. And so this could be a topic of interest for future project or for future presentation at summits. And I will conclude there. Thank you.
All right, we will thank John later. Glad we were able to get that out. And we're going to roll right into our next item, which is using commercial standards in Builder. Come on up, Steve. We got to do a little switch here on the laptop, and we should be ready to go. Just curious, the raise of hands here in the house. We talked about ESMS a couple times so far in the last day and today. How many of you just can't wait to get your hands on it, or you're ready to go? Whoa. Okay, how many of you are like cautious or scared to death about, oh boy, it's coming? Okay, a few more of that. Okay, all right. All right, here's the guy with the coolest title in the world. He is the Chief Analytics and Innovation Officer, Chow, with 16 years of builder experience from Alpha Facilities Solutions, Steve DeRosier.
This whole presentation is an answer to one of Joe's questions. But he'll come up and ask questions when I'm done, so I will not be spared just because I get to work with him. Okay, so Alpha does more work besides builder work. We have hundreds of clients. We use all kinds of different software, and 99% of our clients use the equivalent of the same standards that are used in Builder. So the question came up, what would happen if we use those standards against our current Builder clients' data? Good question. Let's see. So I don't know how many of you deal with the Builder policies and standards. Can I see a hand if you've ever had to touch Builder policies and standards? About half. So for those of you who don't know, I will explain what they are a little bit. So standards are the settings that generate work, and work impacts your FCI. There is no such thing as the right standard or a wrong standard. There's just different standards, okay? Standards don't exist in a vacuum. Just changing your standards is a bad idea, because you've got Builder, and Builder's just the first step, right? You've got inventory, you've got condition, you've got the standards, cost books, life cycle books, and they all go into Builder's calculation engine and spit some KPIs out. And then the business process takes over, and that's the most important part, is what does the business process do with those KPIs? And typically for Builder, it sends money somewhere, but who gets the money? And then that feedback loop keeps going, and we go round and round. Now, most of you have seen the blue curve, which is the life cycle curve, but we don't talk too much about the cost curve that's associated with it. So as a component ages, as that blue curve goes to the right, there is no work at the beginning when a section's new. But at some point in time, you will see a little spike in work, and that'll be a repair work item. And that spike might last 2 or 3 years, and then it goes away and there's no more work. And that's called the missed opportunity zone if you read the Builder manuals. And then at some point in time, the work goes up to 100%, which means replace. Now, what drives that, when those spikes happen, is the standards. So the first important standard is your minimum CI for repair standard. And that's the horizontal, the vertical y-axis. So at this particular one was set to a score of 80. So when that blue line decayed till it hit an 80, that's when we had the repair work items spike up. And there's a cost-benefit analysis that goes with that. It just doesn't happen automatically. So as soon as you violate that threshold, the builder does a cost-benefit analysis. And most of the time, the first year, 2 or 3 years after you pass that threshold, you'll get a repair work. And then they disappear. And then you have to explain to your clients why work went away and you did nothing. And all they want to do is say, can you do more nothing, right? And then it gets to a point when you hit the end of life and it goes up. But it doesn't go up at the end of life. You get to determine when it goes. So in the builder curve, a CI of 40, there's that lifeline that goes across there. That's the end of life. Now, some of you have set standards that you want to know some years before that because you want to plan a project to happen when it actually hits the end of life, and you want that lead time. Some of you is like, this particular material, this section type can last longer, so you would get a negative setting, so it goes past the end of life. And so today's talk is all about varying that setting in the left-hand side that drives repair and changing the setting that drives the replacement and how different people do it and what's the difference between them. You'll be surprised at some of the impacts and some of the non-impacts by doing this. So let me tell you about commercial standards, right? We have some commercial standards. This is kind of how we set it up for the client. One of the things we want to compare is total work. So how much work is generated between the two different standards. Important thing is how much money is it going to take to drive every building to an FCI of 80 or every building to an FCI of 90. And then you want to look at the overall health of your portfolio so we convert the FCIs to Q ratings. So how many Q1, 2, 3, and 4 buildings do you have with the different standards? So now to help mask who our clients are and which data is which, and to be able to compare, all numbers are going to be percent of total. So you won't be able to tell if this client has 50 buildings or 10,000 buildings because we're doing percents. Okay, so the first step before I can compare anything, I got to get the baseline. What kind of work is their settings generating right now? What's it going to take to get to an 80, to a 90? How many Q1, 2, 3, 4s they have? So that's the starting point. Okay, so the first thing we do with our clients is non-renewable systems do not get replaced by age. So by non-renewable systems, we mean foundations, basements, and walls. And as for builder, that's anything in A10, A20, and B10. That's not perfect. There are things inside of those that actually need to be replaced. So what we're talking about today is not a perfect thing. For example, canopies have a 20-year life cycle. We actually need to replace them. But also in interior, we have interior partitions. We don't replace walls just because my building's old, right? The only time you tend to move walls is when you're doing a space for a different purpose. Now, we know that sometimes this work will happen, but that's usually on an exception. I was talking to one client and I was giving them training on a different software, and I said, oh, and you don't have to worry about foundations. We never replace them. Nobody ever jacks up a building and replaces the foundation. And then the client told me, well, we're doing that right now. Right? Lesson learned. So I showed her how to do that in that piece of software and moved on. So Builder gives us the ability to do that kind of stuff by manually adding work. But just for this fun demonstration, we are going to consider that no foundation currently needs to be replaced. Okay, so now you can try this at home, but be careful, right? This is our warning. You can do everything I'm showing today, you can do on your own stuff. But please do not touch your policy sequence, your policy, or your standards in your production environment. Okay? You can make a copy of those if you have the permissions, and you want to manipulate the copy. And so every time you see this page, that warning is there. I'm not going to go over it every time. But what we'll concentrate on is the blue table. So for non-renewable systems, our current clients have a minimum CI of repair that varies from an 80, which means you're going to get repairs, to 0, which means you're not going to get repairs. So some clients won't get repairs on the A's and B10. And the maximum RSL from replacement actually varies from 2 to -50. We don't do it. So the best we can do in Builder is make it -99. So what do we expect to happen if we make those changes? Well, we're talking about taking work away. We're not adding work anywhere. So we expect there to be some level of work to be reduced. Is it a lot? Is it a little? I don't know. But we'll see what happened. By the way, my team picked which clients are which numbers. I do not know. If you do ask me who's client 1, I cannot tell you. So here's client 1. When we did this to their data, it was very minimal change. So they could probably adopt no non-renewables without any real impact. 2% of work is pretty tiny. And it doesn't really change the overall condition of the buildings. Same thing with client 2. There was actually no change in client 2. So either they already have that setting or they don't have any old buildings. Same thing with client 3, kind of boring, right? Client 4 had some nice drop in cost, but the overall change of their condition didn't change much. But client 5 had a 20% reduction in their costs. That means 20% of their current work is in non-renewable systems. How many of you actually schedule work for non-renewable systems? Yeah, right? Pretty good drop in the number of Q4 buildings and a slight gain in Q1. And so if you look at all of them at one time, you can see that taking out the non-renewable systems really impacts, of our clients, only one of them significantly. Okay, the other thing is there's no paint and repair work with our commercial clients. Part of the reason for that is many of the commercial programs do not calculate a condition other than it's good or it needs to be replaced. So in Builder, we have that nice curve and we have condition scores between brand new and needs to be replaced. In a lot of the commercial programs, the only thing they care about is what year are you going to be replaced. So you can't calculate the condition. Now, I'm not saying all commercial ones, but we work with 2 of them that do exactly that. They do it in a different way from Builder, but they do it. But for today's demonstration, we're going to go with 99% of our clients don't do repair, so we're going to look and see what happens when you take repair and paint work out. So you can see that some of our clients have repair way up at 85. They're going to get repair work, and others back down to 0. Same thing with the paint stuff. So you might change some, may not be, right? But we do know when you're taking work away and there's no possibility of adding, the only thing that can happen is you're going to go down. So client one can handle this no problem. They could make this change without having to change their business rules. Number two, and I believe, if I remember right, yeah, number two, absolutely no change. Number three, just a little bit of drop in cost. Number four actually has drop in cost, but it got a pretty good gain in Q1. Number five, again, big hit. 19% drop in cost, 14% gain in Q1, 10% drop in Q4. If they did this, the condition of their buildings would be much better. Now, some of this repair work is also on the non-renewables, so they're not independent, they overlap. And I did not check to see how much overlap we had. Looking at the summary, I use 5% as a significant change. And we had 3 clients that had a significant change in cost, 2 clients that had a gain in Q1, and 1 client that had a loss in Q4, which is good, right? You don't want Q4 buildings. Now we're going to talk about the dreaded beta shift. How many of you know about beta shift? Fewer people. I had a lot of slides for beta shift and I took them down because it's kind of complicated to explain. But in a nutshell, the beta shift is a setting used to modify the beta value. The beta value is used along with design life to calculate how long a section's gonna live. So when you affect the beta, you are affecting the life cycle of a section, okay? Now the beta shift allows builder to decide, do I trust the inspection 100%? Or do I trust the age 100%? If you do a beta shift of 100%, then whatever the assessor says is going to be the condition and the curve will be built on that. If you set it at 0, it doesn't matter what the assessor says. So don't set it to 0. It will put a lot of assessors out of business, right? So, but some of our clients have it set at 50. They half believe the assessor and they half believe the age, and it's easier to show the impact from a picture. So the red line is what would happen if it was set to 100%. The assessor out there in about year 21 put in an inspection that was Amber Plus, and by doing that, it generated that red curve. Now this is actual data from Builder. I took one section and put that section in a system that had a beta shift of 1, and then I put it in a beta shift of 0.5, and here are the 2 different curves that got generated. So at 0.5, you can see the blue curve starts trending down towards the black curve. It starts becoming in the middle, and at 40%, that's where the life cycle, the end of the life is. And you could see that this was a 20-year life cycle. So the gray line hits 40 at year 20. But the blue line hits just past year 25, and the red line just past year 29. So you can see that the beta shift of 0.5 split the difference, okay? Now, if the curve was on the other side of the black line, it's the same thing. The red curve would be on the outside, the blue curve would be on the inside. So the beta shift is pulling long projections in and short projections out. And some of you are clients, your builder data is set up with that, with those values. So if you wanted to do this, my suggestion, if you're really good at math, you might be able to do the math. But if you can find a sandbox to play in, get your data into a sandbox, have CERL shift the beta shift factor from 1 to 0.5, and you can see it. I didn't have a sandbox for all my clients, so I didn't do that work. Just know that it impacts the curve significantly when you have a beta shift factor of 0.5. So the beta shift can cause things to be longer, so it can take work away, right? If the assessor said it's failing early, beta shift's going to push it to the right. It's going to potentially take work away, and it brings work in when it's on the positive side of the curve. So you're not sure which overall effect of your beta shift is going to be on your stuff. Okay, so let's put all the standards together and see how in one run they work. So told you to be careful there. There's going to be one change. We're going to do no non-renewable systems. We're not going to do repair and replace, and we're going to set the RSL for replacement to 0. And you'll notice our clients have it set from 3 to -4. So those sections that have a +3 for an RSL, their work's going to go away because they have to wait till 0. And those sections that are at -4 are going to get work sooner. So let's see, I just explained that. We get, for client 1, a significant change, 25% drop in cost, 14% drop in Q4, and a 17% gain in Q1. So that's mostly due to changing that life cycle, when things are going to expire. So making your sections at a +3 or a +2 adds a lot of work for a lot of clients. Setting it to 0 takes that away. Client 2, 13% drop in overall costs. We got a gain in Q1. Client 3, 22%. Client 4, 34%. Client 5 is a 62% drop in their work. Their lives would be significantly different if they adopted all the standards we talked about. They would definitely have to change their business rules. So if you look at the overall effect of doing no repair, no non-renewables, and things expiring with an RSL of 0, you can see there's a drastic change across all clients. All clients, their buildings got better according to the FCI value. Now we're going to do something different. So now we're not talking about standards anymore. We're going to talk about the FCI calculation. So most of you federal clients have a real property system that tells you what the PRV is going to be, right? And PRV cannot be changed. You don't have the power to, we don't have the power to change the PRV. They got their set systems. But when the inventory and builder, if you do a complete inventory and that PRV don't match, it can greatly impact your FCI calculation. And it's probably one of the reasons why a lot of the DoD has moved away from the FCI calc. So this is a distribution that shows the ratio of CRV to PRV for one of my clients. Every single one of my clients has a plot that looks just like this, okay? So the upper, the y-axis is the percent of buildings, and I'm gonna point out 3 different spikes and what's important about them. So if you have a ratio of 1 to 1, that means your inventory is about the same cost as your PRV, and that's good because and we'll show it with the FCI calculation. If everything in your building needed to be replaced, foundations, walls, everything, when you do the FCI calculation, your FCI becomes a 0, which is good because that means 0% of my building doesn't need to be replaced. okay? But 21% of the buildings are to the left of that number. Those, let's see what happens. We're going to pick on the one that's 0.5. So the inventory's half of the PRV. If you plug half of the PRV into the FCI equation, your FCI is going to be a 50, which if you were just looking at that without knowing the building, you would say, hey, 50% of my building is still good, when in fact, 100% of it needs to be replaced. So anything to the left of 1.0 is biased good, and the further left you go, the more biased it is. If your ratio is 0.1, the lowest FCI you can get is a 90. You would never get funding for that building if FCI was your target, right? Because they're like, well, I'm not going to do that. That's a Q1 building. No, it's fallen down. But that's one of the challenges with the mandated PRV system. When you go to the other side, it's different. It's not biased good, it's going to be biased bad. If we take the one, we've got that highlighted, the 3-to-1 ratio. So if everything in that building was expired, I've got 3 times the PRV in my FCI equation, and now my FCI is minus 200. It's kind of hard to compare 3 buildings that are in the exact same situation when the KPI is at 50, 0, and minus 300. And again, the further out you go, I actually truncated this plot so it would fit. There's more dots off to the right. The further you go to the right, the fewer sections it takes to fail in order to get a bad FCI score. So all you got to do to fix this is change your PRV to the CRV, right? But we're not allowed. So what I have done for a couple clients is to create another FCI equation so they have this value, and we call it the IFCI, which is the inventory-based FCI. And I just, wherever the PRV is in the equation, I substitute the sum of the CRV, and now my stuff's not biased anymore. And if you want to do this, you don't have to change any settings. You can just run a work plan, get the PRV, the sum of the CRV, and your work, and just do the math with the sum of the CRV so you can see how this impacts you. Now, if you have a lot of buildings that are biased good, you're going to get worse. If you have a lot of buildings that are biased bad, you're going to get better. You don't know how it's going to come out unless you know where your buildings are, and we'll see that here. So for client 1, there were no changes. Client 2, so also notice we're using the original work. There'll be no change in work, but because the PRV has changed, the cost to reach an 80 or 90 might shift a little. But pretty much doesn't impact client 2. Client 3 got worse, okay? If they were to use this FCI, they had 11% of their buildings went to Q4, and 12% of their buildings dropped out of a Q1. So they're actually in worse condition. Now, this one got a little better, right? 8% gain in Q1, and then 11% gain in 1, and a 19% gain in Q4. So for some clients, this is really good. Some clients, this is really bad. And that's whether or not you want your buildings to be good or bad, right? So if you're trying to make your buildings look worse, you want to be client 3, right? And change it, and now everything got worse. But if you're trying to be better, you want to be client 4 or 5 and implement this, and then you can look better by just changing the metric. And there it is. Client 3 is bad. Client 4 and 5 got better. Now, what if I put everything together, our standards and using the CRV, what happens to our friends? Now, no beta shift. So we're going to use the same settings we did in the where we put the 3 components together. But you actually, after you do that, you actually have to do the manual math, because you cannot, in Builder, change the PRV to the sum of the CRV easily without impacting production. So what happened? Client 1 does pretty good. 25% drop in work, 14% drop in Q4, 17% gain in Q1. Client 1, if they used the commercial standards, got better. Same thing with client 2. Client 3 had just a little bit drop in cost, but overall they got worse. More buildings went to Q4. And client 4 did really good, and client 5 did really good, right? Client 5 had a 62% drop in cost, and that 0 out there, it's 0.5. They only need 5% of the CRV to get all their buildings to an FCI of 80. So that's pretty significant. That's almost enough in an annual budget for the DoD, but probably not quite. So that is the overall. You can see that most of the clients, most of our builder clients would end up with better condition if we adopted the commercial standards. One ended up in worse shape. Now, I ignored BCI, and there's a reason for that. First of all, the standards don't change the curve, so they're not going to change your BCI rating. BCI does not use the PRV in its equation, so it doesn't impact that. Where you would see an impact is on the beta shift. If you put your stuff in a beta shift of 1 or a 0.5, you would have different BCIs by doing that. And the conclusion is if you do this, you're going to get different results. It's no surprise. You do something different, you're going to get different results. But if you do something like this, you need to definitely review your business process, because if you're client 5 and you have a 60% reduction and your buildings are already at a Q2, maybe your target should be like a Q1. So anyway, that's all. Open for questions. Okay, Paul, looks like we're good.
Thank you, Steve. Apparently you did answer all of Joe's questions.
No.
All right, we're going to do a formal break, so we're going to come back at 3:15. 3:15, come on back, and we're going to do Builder to ESMS Migration Exploration. All right, we are coming back. Come on in and grab a seat. Oh, I probably have to stand here in front of the camera.
Not in front of the speaker.
Not in front of the speaker. I'll go make a trip through the lobby out here. All right, we are back. Last session of the day, and I get to introduce my boss. So Kurt is a pure Colorado outdoorsman. When the weather's good, he's always out on the lake on his boat. One time I was admiring it, and he's like, "You like my boat?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's gorgeous." He's like, "Well, you know, if you do everything I tell you, work weekends, I can get a bigger one." And that hurt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the president of DIGON Systems, Kurt Sorensen.
Thank you. All right, Paul, we're going to go continue your Valentine's Day shopping later, but I'm here to really talk about how we can get our clients ready and our programs ready for what's coming. We did the training on day one that compared Builder and ESMS, but we really didn't talk about really actionable steps or things that you should be prepared for. This is a bit nerve-wracking for me. As you know, DIGON, we built a small business out of being hyper niche focused in the builder and roofer world, and have been doing so for 15 years. We finally have all of our software tools running, we have our reports, we have our documentation, our procedures and training materials, and it's all going to need to be redone. So this presentation has kind of two goals. I did have an opportunity to reach out to CERL and actually request their onboarding process for what they're gonna step their clients through on their migration. So if you are hosted by the Champaign team, then I'm going to give you a preview of what you're going to have to walk through. And then also taking steps to say, now that you have new capabilities, how can you take that next step to not just match Builder's features and functions, but actually exceed them in the new system. It was surprising when Paul asked who's all excited about what's coming, the entire room did not erupt. I think there is some genuine caution, and hopefully with a smooth migration, that caution can be mitigated. I want to first start with just their migration. So reached out to Erdic and said, for those clients that you're starting to walk through that process now, what are you giving them and how is it going? They have a spreadsheet. They're calling it the ECOP, Enterprise Customer Onboarding Package. So we're getting new acronyms as we go. This spreadsheet is walking you through the process. It is not going to start. They're not going to assign resources. They're not going to begin to set up accounts until you fill it in. And there are several tabs. So the first is just kind of what the process is. Every initiative needs to have your champions, your different roles and responsibilities for who's going to be involved. And this is going to help make sure that your CERL POC knows who to keep in touch with, what's going to change. Once you have who's involved from your agency, you need to know what permission they should be assigned to. As this is a new world, they've had kind of the presence of mind to give a demonstration directly in the spreadsheet to say, do you want to have an administrator admin at this org, and what is it required? The one thing that I did see that is new is before you are able to get a read-write permission in any environment that they're planning, you need to complete their training. Their training is live in the training's SMS site. They have quizzes after each video and then a kind of completion certificate that you hand in. So they're already making plans that if you want to be able to change anything, you at least need to pretend to have watched online videos for a couple hours and answer some questions correctly. Through the staging process, this is your sandbox or preview. We've often, for clients, had 2 different versions of their builder environment. There's a training environment, someplace they can test integrations, test new catalog changes, all in the safety factor of not changing live real data. So before they start anything integration-wise to your live data, they're going to take a copy of it and put it in this sandbox. DIGON, we have our own staging environment, but because we did not have data, they just took copies of the already in progress, like Air Force training site and the Army, and So to initiate that migration, they're going to ask you, what does your data have? Or SMS Builder, how big is the database? Do you have any customized tables? Do you have any customized fields? Is there anything from their software side that they have to then accommodate that they've not been before? One of the challenges is because, just for an example, the Air Force server is completely detached from the builder server. If Air Force wanted to change the label on a field, you can go in and hack the code or change a table beneath it, and the drop-down values would change, and it would be specific to one agency. So now that we are, thinking purple with this solution, they need to address all of these little custom one-off needs. And here's where the fun begins. So after you tell them this is what's in my server, this is who I am, and I approve the creation of this sandbox, they're going to expect you to go through a validation checklist to say, hey, I was able to complete the training, all my facility RPU IDs imported correctly, I have the ability to access components and the data and functionality, I can look at reference books. This checklist is not for them. This checklist is for you. As the owner of the data, make sure that in this migration team, you have somebody with the attention to detail to validate that this thing was successful. And just to nail that home, they make you sign a letter in your letterhead that says, I accept this staging migration, because this is something that you're using for your day-to-day operations. And the last thing that they want to be held accountable for is you set up in a brief and you have to tell leadership, sorry boss, all the numbers changed. Why? Well, we upgraded our version. What do you mean? I don't know. we changed from Builder to the new version of Builder, ESMS, and therefore your deferred maintenance numbers went down by $20 billion. Like, that's a tough conversation to have. So they don't want to be held accountable. You validate your data, and then you sign off on that, just from the sandbox. After you are happy with and sign off on the sandbox, then they start to schedule your production move. And they say, this is when we're going to disable Builder, take a final snapshot, do the same process that was previously validated, and then you get to say, this is my real live production data. This is the things that I'm going to do to, again, test it in production, because just because it worked once on one server does not mean that it's going to always work the same on another server. Always take that secondary step to validate that the deployment to production was successful. And then, no surprise again, before they archive your Builder instance or whatever existing data that they have, they're going to want you to sign off and bless this new production instance of ESMS. So that is from their view. Is there any questions about that process before I get into some specific call-outs? All right. So my message to you, based upon what I'm seeing, is start early. Don't wait until it's at your doorstep. Don't wait until you're the last one still hanging on to the system and everybody else has moved. You don't have to make the move early, but you don't have to begin preparing at the last minute. I would say data quality makes everything easier. If you know that you have reasonable metrics, if you know that you have complete and consistent data throughout, it's going to make sure that the import results in consistent looking information on the other system. specific to different areas. As I'm looking through the QA results from some test imports, I'm seeing that people have had training orgs and training sites that have existed in their instance. These are going to then be moved into a live ESMS. So I would say this would be a good time to purge anything that is not live real data. We've had certain clients set up a shadow kind of archive organization for things that we want to keep in the server for history just in case we want to refer to it later. We've had people that create a peer to the top org, training sites, all of that stuff, clean house. This is a perfect time to say, just make the data in the system real. The next step after sites and orgs would be your assets. The unique key that is going to connect this to real property is that real property unique ID. It is no longer just kind of an optional thing that you can figure out after the fact. So you're going to need to scrub every site, every organization in your instance, and if there is a facility in there that exists without a real property unique ID, and this is speaking to the federal partners in the room or those that support them, that's not going to import. They are not having an optional connection back to real property moving forward. So if it is a fat-fingered typo, that means they'll have a building that they have created in your instance that has no components, and then you'll have a typoed real property unique ID right next to it with all those components that should be in that other facility. So clean up your connection to real property. And for some of you, that's not your job to stay aligned with real property. You know, they're kind of a secondary team that manages RPAD or signs off the 13 pieces of paper in blood that we've actually removed and demoed this building. But build that relationship now, because there needs to be connectivity, and last thing you want to have happen is those open questions that you can't get solved for weeks. The other piece that individual sites have had leverage to be able to say, this is not a sustained asset that is officially on my portfolio for SRM, but I want you to do the assessment anyways because it's there and it matters to me and my mission. There are leased buildings, there are shared spaces, there are, hey, this campus has this building, but we kind of use it and we maintain it, so I need you to go do the assessment. These are unsustained assets in a sustainment management system. You need to know what those facilities are and be able to identify them by real property unique ID or by facility good, because in ESMS, those are classified separately. They are supported, but they need to be dedicated separate. Otherwise, they're going to be another mini mystery that you need to solve in the sandbox. The last piece that I'd say is just, anything you can do right away is check your users. If you have a bunch of people in the system with elevated permissions that don't need those elevated permissions, well, this is going to simplify your migration, because remember that every user that changes data moving forward needs to be sponsored by a person with a CAC or hold a CAC. They need to complete training. So this is something that you can check in the system to say, oh, well, you haven't logged in 6 months. I'd love you to use the tool, but you're not. In the meantime, we're just going to trim your access. If you call me and say, hey, why did you remove my account? That's great. I'm sorry. We'll get you back in. But restrict those that just actually use the system. You might have contracted assessment team members that still have server access even after their contract POP is expired as well, that can be removed and cleaned out. Now, non-builder data. You might have noticed that in the onboarding package, they said, is there other data that's being pulled in? If you have maybe a CMMS or other kind of real property system with information that you would like to push in to ESMS that is not in Builder, this is a time that you can get the CERL team on board to help you with that migration. You have to be very clear about what information you want to put in ESMS, but they are accepting non-Builder data. So maybe your real property has a good description field that didn't really have a good place in Builder, but now in ESMS, well, it's available. I want to put some information in there. Maybe your components in a maintenance management system, you have the ability to link by, equipment ID or some other field. and you want to start adding that information in with this population. If you can provide a direct key that makes it unique, component or section to this piece of data or facility asset to this piece of data, they can blend it and import it with one pass. And now here's going to be the fun one. I mentioned non-standard fields. I did not see in ESMS a contact information address lockout, but that exists in Builder. I have one client that uses a zip code field in that contact information for a very pivotal piece of information that does not have a home in ESMS as of right now. So we need to make a plan for where that goes. So you've kind of retooled. We use child occupied status to indicate, are you done with your assessment? It was just kind of an easy flag that the client really didn't need for any other reason, and I could pull it into a report. Oh, my assessment's done, I can deselect child occupied. One Department of Commerce client wanted to use their Builder instance to calculate the facility replacement cost, but they did not have all of the category code replacement values, but they did have fact codes. So re-hack the table, change it out all the values to use fact codes so we could go back to UFC every year and recalculate facility costs. Anything that you've done directly to the database that is not typical, you need to be able to flag, highlight, and support in ESMS. And be patient. If it's not what the system is expecting, you might need to think creatively on what else can we use. I think the available drop-downs for construction type have been changed. The available work activity types for DHA might have changed. So any of these drop-down fields that you've made your own, we got to talk about. Before you start your kind of migration process, in the sandbox, I would have whoever is comfortable with the work configuration match your Builder standards and policies in ESMS for one. Don't try to be creative and take advantage of new features at the beginning, because all the Builder triggers are replace activities, and when they call it a repair, it's actually a global repair. So those are the standards that you need to have set in ESMS, which is going to allow you to test a work plan, test a 10-year scenario, see how the data compares. And I think the other piece that in the sandbox you need to be able to validate before you say that this system is ready is, do those data call operations that you're used to performing, can I do that with the Power BI reports and dashboards that are in the system? The Builder customer reports are built on SQL Server reporting services. It's a Microsoft product. It has a long history. It's kind of fixed data. At this site, run this report. For this building, give me this final report. It's very conditional based upon where you are at the hierarchy. Sometimes you have the ability in a parameter to turn things on or off, like show pictures, and you have the ability to export to Word, Excel most often, and sometimes PowerPoint or PDF files. That is going away completely. There is no SQL Server reporting services that I've seen in ESMS. So that analyze last feature that we showed day one to go through ESMS, were you drilling through dynamic dashboards that when you select something, the table and charts dynamically change? It still supports bulk data export. So you can still get information directly from the dashboards, but if you have a customer report just to your server that does something special, make sure that the team supports that in Power BI before you accept the system, because the last thing you want to have happen is you can't run your end of year deferred maintenance data call because there is no report that allows you to get into the database and do so. So I'm seeing the interesting, all right. How they're gonna push data into their sandbox is they have a import and export utility. This kind of batch data processing tool allows them to say, this field from this flat file goes to this place in ESMS. And it's not very sophisticated. You just generate that flat file, upload it, and it chunks. Ta-da, you have all your assets. One more file, ta-da, now you have all your components. So that field mapping is critical to review ahead of time. You might not be a software engineer or comfortable with technology or feel like a text file or a CSV is intimidating, but spend some time and have them explain it to you, because there might be something that before they even do the import, you can say that doesn't make any sense at all. That should be not there. I don't want to have the quantity as a number, and like, you need to be able to fix that ahead of time. It'll save you time. Now, well, let's actually I want to go, but post-import. I see that there are two major steps. In the onboarding spreadsheet, the CERL team kind of identified their predicted checklists. I think you as an organization can create your own of what is it that's going to allow you to say, I accept this data. Certainly, and they've already accounted for, you need to make sure all your facilities came over correctly, that the section count and component count makes sense, the total replacement costs align. But I would also be interested in knowing that your condition curve behaves similarly. Steve talked about the beta shift value. This is something that can be different based upon agency of how much you trust one thing or the other, the service life or the assessor. I did not see anywhere in their kind of onboarding package where they're giving the client the option to change a beta shift. So if you said, I personally, for my organization, want to lean more heavily on the assessor, and they move you into a 0.5, all your CIs will change. So look at that before you accept the data. Look at your average site BCIs. Look at your roll-ups at the organization and make sure that from import to sandbox, you have alignment. FCI as well. This is a new catalog. I would expect that there's going to be some differences in dollar values, maybe a little bit here and there. But I don't want to, again, have that conversation of, sir, the FCI, or ma'am, the FCI went from an 80 to a 62 because we have a new catalog and cost changed. But we didn't spend any money. It's just a different database. That introduces a lot of doubt, and that kind of loss of credibility is really hard to regain later. Look at it ahead of time, validate the fact that the catalog of costs that generate work is similar enough that, or you have the ability to justify it and say it is because of fire protection, and we knew that this is a better cost, not just it's a different cost. So run a work plan. Because you have set up your work configuration and match builder, there's no reason that you can't pick a sample organization or sample site, run a work plan, look at all the work items in builder, run that one-year work plan in ESMS, and do an alpha beta test. Look at what the differences are and make sure that this is something that you accept and is defendable. And then the last piece is scenarios. I think that there is likely going to be some rounding changes in how scenarios calculate dollar amounts, so I don't expect anything to be down to the penny, one for one. But again, you think about what type of changes are natural and normal to year, this should be seamless to leadership that's looking at top level numbers. Run a scenario. I would also say, really take a moment to not just test the data, but test the system. You have a lot of people that have been, developing expertise, developing processes, some of which you might not even know what they do every day, but they are in Builder. Ask them, what are they doing? And then ask them, can you do everything that you need to do to complete your day in this new system? Those standard operating procedures, they may require different clicks, but you still need to be able to get from point A to point B. And, my general perspective is it's okay to be a little slow with this. It's okay to say, I'm not yet comfortable. I want more training. I want to be able to get more comfortable in the sandbox. This is not a pressured environment that, at least when best done, a migration should not be a pressured environment for time. Everybody also, I will say, you have to recognize your own bandwidth has a lot of things on your plate. If it's not you that has the ability to kind of go through the training and then actually click in and do all the major steps, procedures that you need to be able to accomplish in ESMS, find somebody on your team that can. And maybe shut down their email for a week and say, do nothing but this. Make sure that there's somebody with the bandwidth that's going to get you comfortable with the system. And now fun parts. What about all those documents? Your policy that says this is how we're going to inspect, and this is how we're going to write contracts. That says use builder and use bread and use all these things that are very specific to that old version. Your inventory and assessment guides. I know that there's a working group that's kind of working on building a baseline best practices, but every agency does a little bit different. Everybody's catalog and expectations for grouping, for photos, everything is going to be a little bit different. So plan for and accommodate before you hit that I accept this server in time to update your docs. You should be able to go through your training guides and your reporting metrics and all of your other processes and say, well, let me update them. And that also is a great opportunity to validate the system performance. I can go through the training, I can go through the steps of my operating procedures, update my docs, and the tool works. And then before you accept the system, you have the ability to say, as you guys are using it and needing to bring on new people, here's the reference materials that's going to help you out. If you need to have a contract for an assessment team, you don't just say, good luck. We'll figure out your way that you're going to assess after the fact. And by the way, you can't use Builder anymore. You can't use Bread, and maybe even your own in-house built tools. I know that we're not the only ones that probably built a little QC or QA engine. All right, so from the government perspective, on that migration to live, you've done a validation, you've reached out to the team, all those active users, they know that the system is about to change. You're not going to have people out in the field with checked out bread files that are, in the middle of their effort when you shut down Builder. Because when you say, I accept the sandbox, they're going to take a fresh snapshot of all of your live data and then turn the server off and then begin to migrate it into ESMS, and they bring that up. So if you have something out in this kind of tweener field of assessments or processes, that data is going to be not able to be imported anywhere. So make sure that you have a good window blacked out that says we're not going to be in the middle of a critical data call, we're not going to be in the middle of an assessment, we're not going to be in the middle of anything that we absolutely need the system available every day. I do not know how long this migration to production is going to take. If everything in the sandbox works normally, I would say it shouldn't be more than a few days to be able to upload the data and then go through your validation checklist. But sometimes there's bumps. Leave yourself a nice little cushion window. And again, before you accept production, make sure you go through that time to revalidate. Do not accept it if you're not comfortable with it. After you have this new environment up, you need to be able to assign users. You might have had a few key players involved in Sandbox, but not everybody. You're not your contracted staff, and so this is a good time to make sure that you have the ability to streamline the user onboarding process. They're going to be provided training. They're going to be had the expectation you complete training within a certain amount of time. Learn what the tool enables and prevents, and then you can dial in those permissions and make sure that they're ready to go, that as soon as your live production is available, you blast out, here's your new permission, this is what you can do, here's where you go for training, here's our next steps, here's our reference documents, here's our INA guide. Welcome to the new reality. It's, has anybody ever been hired by a company that they had no onboarding process, that you just kind of sat down at a desk and you're like, do I get a computer ever? Yeah. It's really unsettling, and it makes you feel off kilter when you all of a sudden can't do your job and you don't know what's happening. So take some time to really flesh out what that onboarding process is going to be like. All right, so now you have a shiny new ESMS instance. You are comfortable with the system. It's working. All the reports are giving you all the information you need. It doesn't have to stop there. Don't just be satisfied with emulating Builder. You can actually make significant improvements. So, as you have just retouched your training materials and your policy documents and all the rest, learn about and have a ability to create new versions of those things as you change features. I like to definitely, after migration, try to keep it as consistent as possible for that first touch space. But after that, man, I want to take advantage of the new tools that they built. Also, it's not just about your buildings domain. We're talking about Builder a lot, but you probably have a utilities team. You probably have a pavements team. You probably have other groups that you want to take on deliberately and carefully to say, let's put our arm around you, bring you into the family of ESMS. We're going to take advantage of the cool new reports, integrated reporting, and we're going to help you fight the pavement person for money right alongside buildings that might have gotten the lion's share of attention. I think utilities especially has been easy to ignore. They're hidden, they're underground. As long as you turn on the light switch and it kind of works, you don't want to think about having to pay to replace that transformer. As long as you can flush and the water goes somewhere. But this is kind of a significant amount of your deferred maintenance or your unaddressed needs are going to be in that utilities environment. So I would say plan on and definitely build allyship with those with other data sources that are kind of come in with different domains. You have some new fields to play with in ESMS. For an asset, you're going to be able to tell the system, I don't know the exact construction date. We've always had an estimated date for a component, but never an estimated date for a builder, for an asset. So do you want to use that? How? Let's just put some thought into it. Was the asset rebuilt? Did it go through a major overhaul? And the other one that's kind of fun is that we've always had a building comment, but not a description. So now we have, just to focus in on it, when you create an asset, you can describe it just using natural language, and then you can leave a comment. So it could be about what is its purpose, what is its construction type. You can use it for anything that your organization sees value from at that real property asset level. At the components, we also have some new fields. You were in Builder able to say that this has been renewed, but now you can say that estimated date of the renewal is a bit fuzzy. You also have the ability to say this piece of equipment has a number. We've talked about those kind of chalk marks on the side of pieces of equipment. This might have a placard in your electrical room that this is switch-01. So you have the ability now, if you can tie your CMMS data with a piece of equipment, the number, you can put that directly in ESMS. You also have the ability to overwrite the cost. The catalog of all the components, organized by uniformat down to level 5, gives you a calculated cost. What is the quantity? All that. You have the ability now to just kind of put in, by the way, I know what that cooling tower costs. We just put it in and it was, $2 million. As a organization, I think these are the kind of things that you need to know ahead of time. Do you want people to use? I lean towards no, just because it removes some of the reproducibility of, we know where this cost came from. It came from this authority source. It is updated annually based upon inflation. We audit, control. When it comes to numbers, I lean away from user-entered costs, just because you lose the ability to say, sir, this may not be 100% right. This is an estimate, but I know it's a reproducible estimate that's audited and controlled. And then you also get to describe, separately from comment, that component. We talked a little bit about the fact that the ESMS has different assessment templates that you get to create. But just for simplicity, I would like to think about, if you are going to do something at the asset level, if you're going to look at the building and say, does this have the proper ADA controls? Does this have the proper configuration for the user? Is it efficient? Is it attractive? Is it adequately designed for the mission that it's providing? You need to be able to create those. So, for the few people that are using, I think there was even a question, who's using functionality right now? Did anybody raise their hand? Yeah. But even your functionality is a hybrid. You're not using the builder functionality directly. So these are tools that you can create to be able to capture information direct, and then after you introduce that feature, test, validate. Don't allow a template to be designed and built that you don't know how it calculates a number, and again, you can't explain it to leadership. If somebody says, what is your building's FI? And you're like, it's 72. Well, how did you get that number? Well, that's what the crazy black box in the sky says. It's difficult. All of these calculations for these assessment templates should be able to be done in Excel, and you can just say, see how we weight these kind of questions. This one carries this much weight, and if I give it a green, amber, and red, we get a points deduction, and then it rolls up and gets a 72. If we were better on efficiency for our water, if we change out all of our fixtures, we could go from a 72 to an 82 right here. So know what you are gathering, be able to defend and expect what type of scores you're going to get, so that when you hand over to CERL, please add this assessment template, you can understand that the score that is output matches your expectations. And then roll it up to the higher top levels. It's not just asset. The site has an FI value and the organization has an FI value. Component assessment templates. Oh yeah, go, please.
FI question.
Yes.
Do you know if the ISR function is going to be incorporated into ESMS and the workbooks that go along with that? Do you have information? I have none.
I have not heard specifically that there's a plan to migrate all of the assessment templates for ISR into Army Builder. It seems like it could, from what I'm aware of those assessment templates look like, but not something I'm privy to. Anybody else? Okay. Components also have the ability to be inspected. Technically, they can be inspected for function, but I think that just rallying around condition, we have coalesced as a community around the direct rating, that 9-point scale of green plus, amber minus. You know, it's almost like you see a stoplight and it's a whole different meaning. I know that when I walk into a restaurant, I start looking around for things that are bad, and in my mind, there's like, oh, yeah, that's certainly an amber minus. I don't like this. So this is something that we have coalesced around because it's reproducible and it gets good data, but it doesn't need to be where we stop. Occupancy from a building perspective has been hugely important, especially with things like reduction in force, and there's going to be budgetary questions. So If you have something at the asset level that tracks occupancy, I would say that would be a great thing to add. Maybe for the component, things like efficiency, things like contamination, things like, is this something that I need or can't buy parts for anymore? We've had a lot of people, when we go through the training, say, well, I would love to give this a green because it works good, but I can't buy parts anymore. So if it has any hiccup, I'm shut down for 6 months. If you have a risk of your mission that is not accurately captured in a green, amber, or red roll-up, this is a good time to just open up your mind, and while you're starting to play and think, is there something else that we should be asking while we're there? Is there somebody else being paid to walk around that building to capture something very similar that could be a simple additional question in a builder field or ESMS field? So those templates can be dynamic. They're also specific to the system or component. Just because you ask for refrigerant during an air conditioning assessment does not mean that when you're doing a roof assessment, it says, what type of Freon are you using? So specific to the classification, are there additional questions that you would like to have asked? Do you want it to impact the condition index, or do you just want to gather the data? And then when you provide it to ERDIC to program, make sure that that condition roll-up fits your expectation. Has there ever been somebody that really wanted to change the direct rating, that just add something? No, it's just, I know, it's been so long that you just think green, amber, and red. The idea that you can even do more so at that same time is foreign. So think about it, consider it. What we do at DIGON Systems is a lot of software, and this is our niche. We have a quality assurance rules engine that looks for, what is the compliance with the spec of the client, and then also, does it make sense? If the building is 3,000 square feet, maybe the roof is not 1 million, so we can do those kind of automated checks. We have to make sure that our system tools that we've built and developed and cultivated a culture around using in our organizations work with the ESMS. So think about anything that you've done. If it's a access bread hack affectionately, if you're messing with bread files and it's part of your day-to-day processes, know that that ability is going to go away. You still have the ability to export data, but it's going to come as a flat file from their import-export tool in utility. If you have built a homegrown assessment tool like we have for flow, you need to not only be able to support a direct rating, but what if the client adds a question to that direct rating field? What if they want you to do a resiliency for climate to your asset level? So these forms are dynamically created in software and passed through the API to your assessment tools. They need to be flexible enough to handle it. Do you have either database or API connectivity to another system? For NNSA, they have a real property reconciliation process that happens every night. They look for, is there a difference between my real property records and my builder data? And that's a direct database SQL query that pops out an error and does some things if it's flagged. Different database, different system. You have to make an associated plan for that. And reporting dashboards. We've heard a lot about Power BI. We've heard a lot about Tableau. The big question that I think you'd have to start to consider is, how are those dashboards populated? How do you get information into Tableau? Do you have a backup copy of the builder database and you're just reaching into that? Well, that's a whole different schema. That's going to be a report that needs to be rewritten from scratch. Do you have a custom report that comes from builder that gives you a bulk data import that you can just put into a folder someplace and your reporting dashboards use that? Well, that's a little bit easier because we can retool an ESMS report to give you that information and populate a table. But think about every one of your custom reporting dashboards or visualizations. How does data get in, and can I map an ESMS data field to one of those builder ones that I've been using thus far, and can I keep that front end consistent for the client? I skipped over it earlier, but now we touched upon there is 5 work types in ESMS versus 2 in Builder. So now that you are comfortable with your new platform, when should I do the minor repairs? When should I plan for maintenance? Builder has or ESMS has the ability to plan for inspections. So first, make sure that you can replicate Builder capabilities and then expand to say, yeah, I think that an Amber Minus would be a great opportunity to do a major repair. Maybe an Amber Plus would be a great opportunity to do a minor repair. No longer are you fixed in those CIs generate repairs, RSLs generate replacements. That convention is wide open. And rescheduling re-inspections, you have the same rules that are available to every other work type to say, how should I think about this? I really like the inspection work trigger difference between Builder's KBI and ESMS, because you can now ignore the things that you don't want to inspect. If you don't want to inspect your foundations, but once every 20 years, that's an easy rule to put in. If you don't want to inspect a facility that's already set as excess and is scheduled for demolition, we can put those rules in. If you don't want to inspect things that are process contaminated because that's a separate inspection team funded out of a different group, well, we can exclude those things too. So plan for some time to learn, sit down with an expert, and make sure we're dialing in those other work types that make sense for your organization. All of this that I've been talking about is true for anybody that's running this installation, but it's a little bit different, especially if you self-host. I know the Marines self-host, the Intel community self-host. There's a bunch of people out there that don't use ERDIC directly for running those servers. We run Department of Commerce and others. You need to understand that this is a different architecture from the foundation. It is not just Microsoft Stack, it is an Azure cloud build. So to be able to start initiating that thought to set up that cloud infrastructure and have the staff on hand that are ready to administer that, it's different. The authentications are not username and password anymore. Usernames and passwords are kind of hard to get past compliance these days, let's just put it that way. If you want to get a mic, Brad?
You had a question on the cloud infrastructure, data security, cybersecurity. We're running into a lot of DoD accounts that are beyond FedRAMP, IL3, IL4, IL5. What are CERL's plans to be able to help meet that level of cybersecurity so we can create live integration capabilities with other systems of record? Is that a thought process? And how does CERL plan to do some of the integrated ATOs that are going to be required I know it's a government-built system, but still agencies are still going to have to meet some security compliance requirements.
So during the interview that I was out to Champaign with, that was just a week prior, CERL got their ATO for ESMS. So they already have an authority to operate there. I think that their plan for using the DISA cloud is that it has a FedRAMP infrastructure. And I don't know the classification if it's high, medium, or low, but I believe it's medium.
Okay, so FedRAMP's one, but then you stack on top of that the IL factors, right?
Yes.
Based on the DoD sensitivities. So
and I think
FedRAMP is great. It's a good starting point, but
I don't know of their plans right now. That's not been something that I've seen any announcement associated with seeking additional compliance beyond the ATO and FedRAMP. And I think that that's partially why some organizations are still going to choose to self-host or use another provider that's offering different security. I think for DoD to manage the amount of outside contractors and the volume of data and amount of users, if you continue to go up that security and compliance requirements piece, you add friction, and you may not ever be able to do a batch import-export in something that is extremely restricted on usage. You may not be able to use a mobile assessment tool and connect over an API over the public internet, even with two-factor authentication at that highest level. So I think and I think this is kind of a theme that, following chain of command, CERL is certainly focused on DoD right now. They are focused on their internal cloud. We are a product licensing partner, and so we are working with their technology transfer office to get us the code to be able to deploy on our servers. But they're going to do so when they're ready. And we think that that's in a month or two, but we have to still be respectful of the fact that they have their command that they have to follow. But for Department of State, Department of Energy, to everybody else that's using it, they also, USDA, they also have a voice in the room to say, we need to make sure that this is not just something that only can run in DISA. It needs to be able to be served up to clients outside of that cloud. There's going to be an opportunity to learn from other imports. We're already contracted to help with migration efforts. So we're going to be following along and watching how that goes and learning from them, refining those checklists, refining that procedures and documents that we're going to pull in. But the advantage of this forum and an advantage of the fact that we're knowledge sharing and that this is most often used by federal agencies, there's a culture of openness. There's a culture of we want people to take advantage of our lessons learned. So make sure to ask the person that ran out the gate. It might be Scott, say, all right, so help me out. What do I need to know? Is there anything that you can provide as tips or guidance that is not in the default onboarding document? And for those that are running their own server, your migration tools, any templates for assessment pieces, your load scripts, seed data necessary, those catalogs that are foundational to how Builder plans and works needs to be included with that handoff. And also your Power BI reporting dashboards. If you are going to self-host, you need to have somebody that's well-versed in Power BI to be able to administer that environment, make changes, change labels, add new reports, and make sure that the system is generally functioning as designed. And Brad already jumped into it, but as a cloud solution, and if you're not a cloud user, you need to start thinking about, do I have a NIST, FedRAMP, CMMC, compliant cloud enclave that I can put this on that's ready to go? Because it's going to reach out and try to authenticate with CAC users to say, yes, I can get into this system. And if you don't have those compliance checkboxes, they're going to be saying, well, you have to go back to username and password, and guess what? That's not supported. So authentication, two-factor, you're going to need to have these compliance checkboxes. It's not optional anymore. It's not, we'll get there soon, trust us. They're going to be looking for an audited and certified environment. Any questions? I know this is...
I wasn't sleeping, I was resting my eyes. Now, going back to your the migration packet that Matt put in, we had a lot of discussion with him on that. He said they're never going to kick anybody out of Builder, so take your time. But he did say when DoD publishes their policy, that's what's going to be the sunset for DoD. But the two questions we had for him were, If we migrate, can we migrate partially and then go back? And he said that's what they were worried about. So, you know, we're broken out by AOR 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right?
Right.
So we're like, okay, we'll bring AOR 5 in. It worked, great. Now bring, 4 in, now bring 3, 2, 1, whatever. And he said the way the systems are set up, and logically he's right, you couldn't just pull a piece of your database, bring it over, 2 months later, bring another piece over, because of the way the whole thing fits together, right? So his point was, we aren't going to force anybody out. DOD will probably make DOD move, and that would be years in the future. But, and this is my point, you'll never go back. So once you do go, that's why he wants that letter signed, because he doesn't want you to go in and then, 2 weeks later go, oops, we made a mistake, we want to go back.
Right. There's no spinning backup builder.
There's no, right.
After the fact, after you accept and move to production.
And then we said, well, what if it's not quite ready? And he said, it's never going to be perfectly ready. So at that point, then you just go into the ticket system and you begin to manage it the same way we do today. So if you think it's going to be perfect, it's not. It will become a FOC, and then when you're in, then when there's problems, we'll continue to work them the way we have in the past. So again, the main thing is there's no going back.
No, I think that's a great piece, because I've heard other people talk about like one state can move over and migrate. That can work in the sandbox where you introduce people one state at a time or one region at a time into the sandbox environment and say, all right, now I'm going to train a new group of people and play around and get comfortable with it. Now I'm going to train a new cluster of people. But that switch over from production is going to be a hard outage, at which point it's live, it's real, and there's no going back. As soon as you add your first component in ESMS, you have abandoned your legacy database. Any other questions? Anything from online? All right. Well, this is 2 minutes early, so you can thank me for round one. We are moving on to the social part of the evening. The sponsors, ourselves included, provided for drinks, snacks. Please take the opportunity to have those conversations. If there's something that triggered in your mind that you want to talk about, find me, but enjoy. We will be back tomorrow for round 2.
8 o'clock.
8 a.m., everybody. Thank you, everybody.